all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
You just don't. He's going to have a rally in Florida. Is he insane?
Yes.
The average age in Florida is death. It's going to be fantastic. Everybody's going to come. I'm going to breathe on you personally, and all of your illnesses will disappear. It'll be like a miracle. Showers for northern and western parts this evening, and I think we know where that is. Northwest, sounds like you, Glasgow. On the other hand, many southern and eastern areas will be dry. You remember dry, don't you?
No.
Chilly with a touch of frost in some rural areas, even in the south. Blimey, it's like winter outside. Saturday, another chilly and breezy day with mixtures of sunny spells and showers. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Many places dry and bright. Rain spreading east. Drier in the northwest. Drier in the northwest? Pfft, rubbish. I don't believe it. Checking for you while you wait. Okay, so raining tonight in Glasgow, but not raining tomorrow. Not raining on Sunday. Raining a bit on Monday. A little bit of drizzle first thing in the morning. And then not raining on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday or Monday or... Nonsense. It's going to be dry in Glasgow. Have you got anything to wear when it's dry, Glaswegians? Would you like to know the forecast for next month?
No.
Turning generally more settled in the north and the northwest with dry and bright spells likely. Huh. Meanwhile, in the east and the southeast is going to be cloudy and breezy and showery. Temperatures expected to be rather on the cold side in most areas. Overnight frosts and fog, not frosts and frog. That's what happens during the end of times, which will be with us any time.
I'll bring us into war.
I'm surprised he hasn't done it already. It's pretty much the only game he hasn't played yet. We're not there yet, but give it time. 2020's not over yet. And I don't know about you, but I'm not completely satisfied with this year. It started off so bright and sunny, and it just seemed like, I can remember, I know I've said this before, but I recall at the beginning of the year, I said, write down that number, 2020. Doesn't that look fantastic? And it appeared not to actually be. Who knew? The outlook for the rest of October and into the first week of November. More rain and showers in the south, more unsettled across the UK. Rain and showers may turn wintry over high ground in the north, but there'll also be a brief settled spell at times. A brief settled spell? I suppose we'll have to take it. In other news, last month was the hottest September ever on record across the globe, everywhere. Climate scientists have revealed. Surface air temperatures were 0.05 centigrade warmer than the year before. And you double it and add 32 to get Fahrenheit. So double 0.05. That's impossible. Nobody knows. It literally cannot be done. These are experts from the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service, whatever that is. Last month was the hottest in Europe, beating the record set in 2018 by about 0.2 centigrade. Temperatures were also abnormally high in the Middle East and Australia and South America. There was a hot spell in the Siberian Arctic, which is not known for its hot spells. This affected the region for several months, contributed to the overall rise in autumn temperatures, while sea ice melted to its second lowest level on record. See, all of this stuff hasn't gone away, just because we haven't been paying attention. This giant tsunami is on, like literally, probably and figuratively, is on its way. This planet's going down. A hot spell in the Siberian Arctic has affected the region for several months, and once the permafrost starts melting, then we will be permanently screwed. Parts of Britain hit 30 degrees centigrade in September for the first time in 4 years. Oh, I can do that. Double it and add 32. 30 times 2 is 60, plus 32 is 92. Hey, I got that one right. 92 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, it was glorious. And then it was like somebody just switched summer off. The same thing happened last year. It was fabulous, and then, like a light, out. But still, never mind. We've only got, 9 months to go before it gets warm again. Damn it! Yes. David Mond, a professor of mathematics at the University of Warwick, said, "We've now had 43 consecutive Septembers and 417 consecutive months with temperatures above the 20th century average. The increases may not seem huge, but leads to a huge increase in the frequency of what were previously exceptional events, like record-breaking forest fires in California, rainfall in the French Alps so intense that it washes away roads, houses, and even bodies from cemeteries. And so many Atlantic hurricanes that they ran out of names." Have they tried Jeff? Hurricane Jeff. That doesn't sound right, does it? But, we can comfortably ignore this because people who do not know what they're talking about just say it's weather. It's just weather.
I know nothing.
Yeah, people like that.
What do I know about it? All I know is what's on the internet.
0345 6060 973. Just in case you were, up to your eyeballs with other disaster scenarios, don't forget about the big one. The big one's still coming our way. Climate change. If you ignore it, it doesn't mean that it won't be here, and that it isn't existing, that it's not happening all around. And it is attributable to human error.
It can only be attributable to human error.
So there was this letter that went around called the Great Barrington Declaration. Wow, that does sound important. If an Edinburgh University study is to be believed, the most effective way to cut the COVID death toll may be by letting people spread the virus to build up herd immunity. Take all of your clothes off, run out in the street, and kiss a stranger.
Disgusting.
Herd immunity occurs when a large proportion of the population, as in the herd, is immune to a virus, making it unlikely to spread. You won't catch it off a cow, that much I do know. Unless you can. See, I don't even know that. No, nobody really knows if you can catch it off a cow. Herd immunity occurs when enough people catch the virus and survive or are vaccinated, and there is absolutely no suggestion that there's no reason to believe that we're going to get a vaccine. Not now, not ever, never. I know that politicians now, Boris Johnson in particular, seems to be pinning his hopes on the cavalry coming over the hill to rescue him from his own failure in this regard. But that's just desperately hoping. Doesn't mean to say it's actually going to happen. Vaccines normally take 8 blooming years to appear, and they're hoping to whip one up in about, 8 weeks. This week, thousands of scientists from around the world signed a letter known as the Great Barrington Declaration, urging governments to follow this strategy, while shielding the vulnerable. This is in order to protect the majority from the devastating impact of lockdown. Well, I think it's too late. Too blooming late. This view was bolstered by a study by the Edinburgh University, which is, like I said at the beginning, Edinburgh University study believes that the most effective way to cut the COVID death toll may be by letting people spread the virus. In other words, carry on with your lives as normal. God, wouldn't that be marvellous? Experts disagree on how many people it would take to reach herd immunity with COVID. Could be 3, could be 50%, could be 90%. They don't know. Is there anything they actually know about this? Hey, I've got somebody's deleted one of my sound effects. Which one's that? Oh, I'll have to see now. It's like a memory test. Got a whole page here, and one is empty.
Oh no!
It's not that one. Curious. I'll look into it. Can you look into that straight away?
Yes.
Is that a no? So initially we were going to do the herd immunity. You remember when Boris Johnson squeezed himself onto a sofa? This was, when he was during his enormous fatness phase. Of course, he's slimmed down considerably since then. We only have his word on that. Yeah, he squeezed himself onto a sofa made for 3 and said we should take it on the chin. and which immediately followed him taking it on the chin. Where was I? Oh yeah, Kate Bingham, out of the government's vaccine task force, said 50% of the population is all it would take to achieve herd immunity. But the World Health Organization, who? Their chief scientist called, oh, blimey, I've got no idea, Soumya Swaminathan? Soumya Swaminathan says at least 70%. But what does Soumya Swaminathan know? Other more infectious viruses, such as measles, require rates of up to 90%. Good grief. Initially, it was with the government's chief scientific advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance, saying on March the 12th that we need to have immunity to protect ourselves in the future. And then Neil Ferguson came along and said, everyone's going to die. So the government freaked out, and this is where we're at now. God. So now there's this letter. This widely circulated open letter calling on governments to pursue herd immunity. It's a bit late. I think we're going to achieve herd immunity by one method or the other. It's just if we'd done the herd immunity thing in the beginning, then we wouldn't have had to sink the country in the process. But, you know, hindsight. On the other hand, Sweden. So this widely circulated open letter is calling on governments to pursue herd immunity. And rather than reporting on that, the news, of course, is ablaze with the entirely predictable finding that some of the signatories of an open letter might be pranks. The letter is apparently counting homeopaths, therapists, and fake names among its so-called medical signatories, leading to accusations that it falsely represents the scientific support for the controversial position. It is fake news. The Great Barrington Declaration, a letter organised by prominent advocates of herd immunity, claims to have been signed by more than 15,000 scientists and medical practitioners, as well as more than 150,000 members of the general public. Yet diligent people at Sky News found dozens of fake names on the list of medical signatories, which anyone can add to if they tick a box under a name. These include, but were not limited to, Dr. I.P. Freely, who is an excellent physician. I saw him for a problem that I had downstairs.
Disgusting.
One medical professional on the list gives his name as Dr. Harold Shipman. He's a very diligent GP. There's also a Dr. Person fake name, and Dr. Johnny Bananas, who listed himself as a doctor of hard sums. Which is weird, because I am also a doctor of hard sums too. Well, I can't actually do hard sums, and technically I'm not a doctor, but apart from that, and besides, I'm in great company.
I'm not a doctor.
He's not a doctor either, and he's a genius.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
A radio show, and I'm talking about this Great Barrington letter, the Great Barrington Declaration. Wow, that does sound very, 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 very important. And 15,000 scientists and medical practitioners apparently signed it, some of whom do not exist, but, you know, just let's leave that aside. I'm sure most of them do exist. Some of them, on the other hand, were self-confessed homeopaths. I didn't know I was going to say that, but yeah, they're self-confessed homeopaths. They were listed on this open letter as medical practitioners, despite the fact that homeopathy has no scientific underpinning or clinical evidence to support its use. That's the stuff about diluting tiny amounts of natural substances to increase their potency. Think about that for a moment. They dilute it so that it's practically invisible to a microscope, by which method they're increasing its potency. Does that make sense?
No.
And then you introduce it into the body to cure clouds in the being. Or some such thing. In addition to that, a letter has been signed by well over 100 therapists, including but not limited to massage therapists, hypnotherapists, psychotherapists, and one Mongolian kumi singer who describes himself as a therapeutic sound practitioner. I feel better already. Public health experts accused the letter, which is they're wagging their finger at a piece of paper, says, right, that's it, that's the giddy limit. They've accused the letter, which has been used as evidence for the idea of a rift in the scientific community, of misrepresenting the level of support for the controversial concept of herd immunity. Well, it's not very controversial because they're doing it in Sweden. And it seems to be working just fine. Better than it is here, whatever we've got going on. This catastrophic clown show. Like a pinball pinging off the flippers we are. Who knows where we're going next? I'm sure the dear leader knows least of all.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. He's ready to go, but he's got no idea where.
Here we go. Okay.
Anyone got a map? Public health experts have accused the letter of misrepresenting the level of support for the controversial concept of herd immunity. Well, wouldn't it be a good idea to maybe, I don't know, at this point, think about trying something else, instead of just doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? But what do I know? All I know is what's on the internet. There's a professor called Martin McKee, a professor of European Public Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Blimey, what a title. You imagine being on the phones at his place. Hello, you've reached the office of Professor Martin McKee, Professor of European Public Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. How may I direct your call? Anyway, he said it reminded him of the messaging used to undermine public health policies on harmful substances such as tobacco. Harmful? What's he mean by that? Tobacco is the best way to promote personal health and well-being, and also gives you fresh breath confidence, and that is the official position of LBC. Professor Martin said, leaving aside the powerful arguments against this declaration on the grounds of science and feasibility, we have consistent evidence that a clear majority of the British public support necessary measures to reduce the spread of the virus, or would go even further. And there is, yes, okay, you could point to polls that say people are all behind these lockdowns. But really, are they? I mean, is that true? Because I'm not so very sure that's true. And even if it is true, what does that have to do with making medical decisions? I mean, since when was the public support taken into account when deciding government policy? They don't care about us. If the public's support was taken into account, for instance, I very much doubt that the government would have given hundreds of millions of pounds of our money in contracts for PPE and track and trace and all the rest of it to firms headed by Tory party donors with no experience of track or a track record in health, some of which their companies were set up just weeks prior to getting contracts that will make the directors rich for life. Where's the public support for that? There isn't any. And yet it happened many times. It's still happening now. And besides, when the public get behind a government in time of crisis, it's just to be expected. It's like war. Everybody lines up behind the government and starts saluting their face off, and we start playing, same old tunes, and the tabloids will print the Union Jack on the front page. We're supporting our boys. And then they'll spend the next 10 years criticising the government for having got involved in the war in the first place. But while it's happening, and this is what's happening now, we're all behind the government. We're giving them our support because what else are we going to do? I mean, we've got no alternative. You've got to support them because they're what? They're our only hope. Oh, help me, Obi-Wan. I mean, that's all we've got. So we have to support them, because if we didn't support them, then what else have we got? When polled, people aren't given an alternative. It's not, would you support what the government's doing with lockdowns and shutting bars and restaurants and all that compared with what they're doing in Sweden, for instance? It's just a hope that the government knows what it's doing, because the alternative, that they don't know what they're doing, is frightening. So people line up behind the government and give them their support, particularly when asked by somebody with a clipboard who appears to be representing authority. It also doesn't take into account the consequence of lockdowns. It's just, do you support the government trying to save your life? Well, yeah. They might ask, do you think that the government is doing a good job in saving your life? And then you may get a different response. I mean, we've had nationwide lockdowns for weeks, right? Has it worked?
No.
Of course not. We're still at the top of the table of the worst results in the world. So the public support for policies that have failed already doesn't inspire much confidence, does it? I've got some tables here, some tables with lots of numbers on them.
Boring!
This is from Johns Hopkins University. Last updated, what's the date? Oh, today. Last updated today. Okay, this is deaths per 100,000 population, starting with the worst first. San Marino, wherever that is. Now, I'd imagine it's a very, very small place, and so if one person gets it, everybody gets it, right? Peru, number 2. Belgium, number 3. Now, I believe that Belgium is way at the top of these tables because of the unique and special way in which they count COVID deaths. All countries count differently. What's quite surprising is that our COVID death numbers, as provided by the government, are actually above 0, because you think they would give themselves a perfect mark. So it goes San Marino, Peru, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Ecuador, Chile, Andorra, Spain, Mexico, US, and then the UK. So in all of Europe, just Spain and Belgium are worse than we are. All of the rest are third world countries, including, under its present administration, the United States of America.
Oh, shut up!
So that's deaths per 100,000. Only Belgium and Spain are worse than us in Europe. But then you take the case fatality numbers. And that goes Yemen, Italy, Mexico, Ecuador, and then us. 5th worst in the world. Which means that if you take both of those together, no country in Europe is worse than us on both measures. We are, number 1, the worst in Europe. If you combine deaths per head of population and case fatality, the only country on earth that is doing worse than us is Mexico. So the public support for the government on this seems like desperation, any more than an actual belief that the dear leader knows what he's doing. Correct me if I'm wrong. The letter's called the Great Barrington Declaration, after the United States town where it was written, and initiated by Professor Martin Kulldorff, Professor J. and Professor Sunitra Gupta. It calls on governments to allow younger and less vulnerable people to catch the coronavirus, thereby encouraging herd immunity among the population, while people who would be hit especially hard by the virus are given focused protection. Well, that sounds pretty good to me. And that would allow us to lead something approaching a normal life. You remember normal, don't you?
Balls flashing up on the indicator.
Here's one in Liverpool. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Nick.
Paul.
Hiya.
I detect an enormous amount of vim and vigour coming from you, Paul. The energy coming down the line is overwhelming. Are you all right?
Okay. Let me try and turn up the heat on that energy then for you, Nick. All right, Nick, what I want to talk about is I'm in Liverpool and anticipate from next Monday that all the pubs and restaurants, etc., will be shut down.
Mm-hmm. Booze.
I've been out tonight to a local pub. That pub, the tables are fully diverse.
They're fully what? Diverse?
They're well spaced. There's loads of space between each table. Mm-hmm. When somebody leaves, the staff come along and they wipe the table down.
Yeah.
And I felt really safe and secure in that environment. And I feel that to take a blanket approach of just shutting down all the pubs and restaurants is wrong. If you're aware that there's health and safety in every local authority, they go along and they sort of check the kitchens out to make sure that this place is safe to go in terms of health and safety. Why can't we have a similar thing in terms of COVID?
Well, I don't think that many kitchens do get checked out because there just isn't the person power to go and check them all out.
I'm sorry, you're wrong on that.
Well, I'm sorry, I believe I'm right on it. How many restaurants are there in the country? There must be hundreds of thousands of them.
Yeah, and every restaurant has the health and safety go in, and they check their kitchens out.
How could that possibly be? I'm sorry.
Nick, you don't know the facts. They get a score of 1 to 5.
I can't handle the facts.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't know the
sorry.
Every restaurant, health and safety authority go into every restaurant.
How could they?
The kitchens.
How many people do you think work in the health and safety racket?
I haven't got the numbers, but I know it's a statutory obligation that every restaurant gets rated 1 to 5 on their health and safety. Right? You just obviously do know what goes on there. Right. Okay, but let's park that for a minute. That does happen. I'm telling you now, Nick.
Well,
so why
you
can't
can tell
the
me until you're blue in the face, but I seriously doubt that there is somebody that goes around every single restaurant, bar, cafe in the country and checks out their kitchen. I mean, how many people would that take?
I haven't got the number, but I tell you it's a fact. Okay, so if you don't believe me, but let's park it.
Okay, then.
But let's assume that's correct. Okay?
Yes.
On the basis I'm correct, then those people in that job could go to the same bars and restaurants and check them out for their COVID safety environment.
Of course, they could, except they don't exist. We've already established that.
Nick, they exist. Okay, Nick, you do not obviously know what goes on. Right?
I don't.
They exist.
I fully admit that I have no idea what I'm talking about on this or any other subject.
No, you've got...
What?
I'm sure you... But on this subject, you were wrong. Right?
Okay.
You were wrong. And after my call, hopefully you'll go away and check it out.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
Fine, but don't bother wasting your time then.
Right.
But all I'm saying is, if those people exist that you think do not exist, let's assume they exist.
Yes.
Right, why can't they go to every restaurant and, just like they do, give each restaurant or bar a COVID score of 1 to 5? If you're a 5 and you're fully secure, then any lockdown doesn't apply to you. If you're a 2 or a 3, you might have to do certain things to upgrade it to get to a fully locked down cure so that you're okay to do
You're wasting your breath. There's no such thing as safety. As soon as you leave the house, you can be infected just by walking past somebody in the street.
Hang on, you're not even safe in your own house, so don't give me that.
Well, of course you're safe in your own house.
No, you're not, because someone living with you could have COVID and you don't even know it.
Well, if you're living on your own...
Oh, so now you're going to restrict it, but the average person does live on their own, right? So the average person goes out to their house.
I'm not talking about average person, I'm talking about people.
But prices, it's fine. I'm just saying the people who want to go out, I'm talking about the economy and keeping people in jobs in pubs. Why should they suffer when they spent a lot of time making their
I completely agree.
Secure,
I agree.
Right.
I agree. This whole thing has gone insane. It makes no sense anymore. If you can shut down every bar and restaurant where you can put everybody in a place where you can put everybody in their homes and nail their doors shut. You can keep us all in for the next 6 months, and the moment we come out, we're going to get it again.
But potentially, yes. Who knows? But all I'm saying is, why should every pub be shut down, and therefore it costs the country to pay the staff to be furloughed, whatever it might be,
I agree
when those pubs have done all the good work and they're just as secure as any household or any might be.
Correct, Amundo.
So therefore we should have a rating policy in place for those pubs to say, okay, listen, you've done everything. You've got social distancing.
No, it doesn't make any difference. You can space the tables 10 feet apart, and you can put each table in its own hermetically sealed bubble. It still wouldn't make any difference because you've got to go to the loo at some point.
Yeah, so when you go to the loo, you wear your mask, you wash your hands. Right, what's wrong with that?
Your mask is probably not going to protect you from getting the virus because the virus is incredibly small.
Okay, then in that case, then don't go shopping to Tesco.
other supermarkets
you're
are
talking
available.
stupid now.
No, I'm not. Essentially, we're agreeing with each other, Paul, but you seem to be under the illusion that there is such a thing as safety. There isn't. It doesn't matter about a bloke going around a restaurant with a clipboard saying, well, these tables are handily spaced to 6 feet apart, therefore this is a safe environment. Of course it blooming well isn't. We are essentially in agreement that pubs should not close, and neither should restaurants or anywhere else that is a reasonable place to be. But you seem to be you seem to be gripped by the notion that there is such a thing as safety. There isn't. There is no such thing as safety. Give up the notion of safety. Doesn't exist. Toby is a chef, he says. The Food Standards Agency apparently send around people to every restaurant once a year or so to check their hygiene standards. They're called environmental health officers. How many of those exist? This is something for you to do. I mean, you're not really doing anything else at the moment,
I'm checking it out now.
He's checking it out now. Diligently working. The information will be with us momentarily. I'll just hum while we wait. Any time you like. It's a live show.
Unconfirmed, 4,000.
4,000. 4,000. Right, now ask the internet how many cafes, restaurants and bars there are. Go on, I double dare you. And hotels, I suppose. That would count as well. How many restaurants, cafes and bars there are, and then we'll do the maths. I'm going to do mental arithmetic.
Oh,
no. Listen to him, clacking away. Yes?
Can you give me a moment?
He's saying... Yeah. I know you're under a lot of pressure at the moment, and this is not part of your job description.
Okay, there are 30,000 pubs and bars.
30,000?
Yes.
Really? Is that all?
According to the ONS, yes.
In where?
In the UK.
yeah, that's a guess, isn't it?
No, it says it here. And also 28,000 restaurants.
Okay, so 28,000. Right, so it's about 60,000 plus the hotels. How many hotels? Because they've got bars and restaurants as well. Or is that standalone or what? I'll tell you what, I'll leave that with you, and I want a full report on my desk in about, shall we say, 20 seconds? 0345 6060 973. Well, even if it's 28, even if it's 60,000, then I mean, no, it's a no from me. Anyway, good effort, Paul. I assume it's the booze talking. Here's Harrow, Jeanette.
Hello,
Jeanette.
Hello, Nick. I've got the cure for COVID.
Oh. That is a great relief. What is it?
Right, well, we've tried loads of stuff, right? We've tried all staying in, you know, and I don't think we can be trusted not to interfere with each other.
What?
So, what we do, so, like, we all go out and hug and get, standing queues.
Getting jiggy with it.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Standing queues without masks on, so we can't be trusted. So what I think we should do is we should cull the stupid.
Wow.
No, we should.
Cull.
Right, and then
what? As in to death?
Oh, yeah, and then all of us that are left will follow the rules, socially distance, wear a mask over our noses, and beat the virus. That's what I think we should do, because I see so many stupid people all of the time. I mean, there's that bloke that rings up and abuses you about Brexit for a start. You could probably start with him, but I hope he rings. He's so entertaining. I love him.
Right, so death is the cure for COVID.
Just cull them. The lot of them, just cull them. And then, that's what I think we should do. And that, I love that bloke who hasn't rung recently. He says, Nick, have you let Jesus into your life?
No. Don't encourage him.
But he's so much fun, though, and he hasn't rung for ages.
Yeah.
But I'm sure your ranker is going to ring sometime imminently. But
well, maybe.
So what do you think of our plan? Will you just cull the stupid?
I think that sounds like an excellent idea, and we should start straight away.
Who would you cull?
Who for the column? Jamie. We could start with Jamie. irritating jazz tinkling. Actually, I think he's very good, and it's okay. He gets a pass. Any jazz musician gets a pass. For folk musicians, on the other hand, we'll have to deal with each one on a case-by-case basis. All right, thanks a lot, Jeanette. You keep thinking.
Donald Trump has small hands.
Lou texts, Nick, what's happened to Melania? Not been heard of for some time. Well, she's probably very, very upset. Melania, your beloved was ill.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. Just as long as he doesn't come at her with those lips. Ugh, can you imagine? You're like a wardrobe falling on you with the key still in the door. That's not an original thought, but it still makes me laugh. That's still a funny line. Sarah in Putney says, he may not be a doctor, but aren't you impressed that the Donald had discovered a cure for COVID himself? What makes you think that he's not a doctor?
I'm not a doctor.
Oh, that. Yeah, the doctors introduced a light into my body. They introduced a torch inside me. A little bit painful, but it cured it. It was like a miracle. This says, if these MPs accept this... Oh, right, okay. Well, I should read this one first. Alan in Manchester says, are you going to talk about MPs' pay going up by £3,000 a year from April? Oh, all right then. Oh, okay then. Give me a moment. I'll have to work up to it. The stuff you see. Norfolk. Hello, Phil.
Oh, hi there, Nick.
Phil.
I missed the start of your show. I don't know if there's now some sort of proposal that we go down the herd immunity route. Is that right? I'm really sorry I missed the start.
Well, there's a letter about that suggests that we do that. It was signed by a lot of scientists and some people who are pretending to be scientists.
Okay. Well, I mean, that may seem like a radical solution, but if you think about it, we initially went down the route where total lockdown, that didn't work, and a lot of criticism was given, in respect of that. And if you, my recollection is that when Sweden went down the sort of a very relaxed approach, they, sort of essentially tried to go down the herd immunity route. There's massive criticism about of that approach in the media, and as far as I can understand, it was reasonably successful. And so, is it so terrible that we consider that possibility? I think it's very easy to criticise, the policy changing, but this is completely unprecedented, and no one knows. And also, when you compare the figures, from country to country, who's to say how reliable each country's figures are? Whether they use whether it's kind of completely objective comparison, it's so difficult to actually get to the bottom of it. But surely it's worth, sort of trying to, going down a different route.
Well, what we've done up to now has obviously not worked. I mean, we are pretty much the worst. We have the worst result in the world by most measures.
But are those figures objective? Each country's got a vested interest.
Well, I know that.
To portray really, really favourable figures. I know that.
So what you do look at, which is fairly reliable, is excess deaths compared to the average. And we're still among the worst in the world. And on top of that, we have the worst economic hit of pretty much anywhere else in the world. So by every measure, we're doing terribly badly. So to keep doing the same thing seems incredible, really. It's like the government is caught in the headlights. They can't move, so they're just standing their ground.
But as I say, you said a few minutes ago that, and I agree with you, by the way. I don't think sort of vaccine will be, forthcoming anytime soon. So the correct approach is either somewhere between total lockdown or herd immunity. And maybe if you're right about the figures, by any measures you just said, we're doing really badly. But to be honest with you, I don't think it's practical now to suggest economically that we go back to total lockdown. So perhaps we've got to move towards herd immunity.
Well, it seems to me that we're going to get herd immunity one way or the other. We can either do the lockdown thing that we're doing at the minute, and this place over there can lock down, and then this place over here can lock down a bit, but not quite as much, and all of this stuff that's going on at the moment. And we'll just drag it out to the... I mean, everyone's going to get it anyway, right? I mean, we're all going to get it. We're all going to be subject to it at some point. And we can just make us subject to it in 6 months' time, or in a year, or we could do a Sweden and everybody gets it pretty much at the same time, and then they're okay. It seems that Sweden is avoiding this second wave, which is what we're trying to damp down at the moment by doing the same thing that didn't work in the first place. Either the world's gone insane or I have.
No, but do you not remember the criticism levelled at Sweden when they actually went down that road? The media honed in on them.
Who cares?
All of a sudden,
what
now
difference does it
the
make?
Swedish medical guy that was behind the decision,
Tegnell.
He's being lauded. I think
No,
it's very in the media.
He was being... What difference does it make what the media say? The media just like sheep, and they follow whatever story that they printed yesterday. The Mail prints it one day, and the Sun will print it the next day, and then the Times will pick it up, and they just follow along from each other. Of course, Sweden got to criticism because they were having an initial bad result because a lot of people were dying, but so they were dying here. It seems a bit rum for us to be sitting in judgment of another country that has done better on every measure than we have. Just because they did it initially differently. Other than that, Phil, I'm at a loss to see what point you're making.
You think it's a good decision?
What?
Perhaps you're now behind Sweden's decision.
I've always been behind Sweden's decision.
Okay, well,
I don't know what show you're listening to, but how many times have I said it? They've even got their own sound effect. I say it pretty much every show. Meanwhile, in Sweden, maybe it's mixing me up with somebody else. 0345 6060 973. So have we found out about the number of...
Oh, sorry, hang on, Steve.
Yeah, hang on a minute, Steve.
Sorry.
Doing a show.
Sorry.
Have we found out about how many restaurants and cafes and bars and clubs and and hotels and all the rest of it there are?
Yeah.
How many?
Well, didn't we go through most of them?
Oh, I don't know. I don't listen to this show.
Yeah. Well, there's 30,000 public houses and bars.
Bars, yeah.
28,000 restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
And 45,000 hotels.
Wow. So that's many. So let's say 100,000.
Yeah, let's say that.
Right. Well, I'll do the maths during the news, so I don't trust myself to do mental arithmetic now. Because down that route leads catastrophe. Stephen Upminster says, don't forget, if you can remember all of your sound effects in order, you get extra... Well, that is a good point. That's something not to forget. If you remember them in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points if you get it in order. Woman, man, person, thing.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV.
No.
Okay, that's very good.
Terrible.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, you get nothing.
Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then...
What is your name?
10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV.
Wrong.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points?
He said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
Yeah. He's like a child. He's just thrilled with himself that he could... and by the way, he got it wrong, in case you weren't keeping check. In case you weren't keeping score. He actually screwed it up, but he was so delighted with himself that he'd passed a test that actually tests whether you are, not mentally ill. I think, or aren't 2 months old. Maybe it's. I think the hairspray fumes have gone to his head.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
Well, don't know what they're doing.
0345 6060 973. Who don't?
People are laughing at us all over the world. They think we're stupid, and we are. I mean, we're being led by stupid people. We're being led by people that don't have a clue. They're incompetent.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Donald Trump is completely correct. 0345 6060 973. Archie texts, do you think Trump had the virus? Well, for a while there, I was suspicious that he didn't. And then I heard him speaking, and now I'm pretty much convinced that he did have it and is still suffering.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Banging on about little fishes, which is a thing, by the way. He was talking about little fishes, and they send water out into the sea. But that part isn't true. But California is trying to save the little fishes, because the little fishes get eaten by bigger fishes, and then the bigger fishes get eaten by even bigger fishes, and then we eat those bigger fishes. Stephen Upminster. Oh no, I read that. James in Swindon says, did you see what Donald Trump said about seniors in the US? He says, we're taking care of our seniors. You're not vulnerable, but they like to say that you're vulnerable. You're the least vulnerable, but for this one thing, you are vulnerable. Well, that makes as much sense as anything else he's ever said. Here's the next presidential pronouncement. Or they could just get Kanye to do it.
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Precisely. 0345 6060 973. Here is a call in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Are you well?
I am very well, thank you.
Great. Have you got your marigolds ready and kicking the post to either side of your porch and everything as it arrived?
I actually opened my post the moment it arrived inside my house today, at great danger to myself.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, on that subject, it was actually a letter from the NHS, which apparently still exists. Can you believe that?
No.
Yes, the NHS still a thing, a shadow of its former self. But it was a letter from the NHS giving me an appointment to have my tooth out, which is news to me, because I'd had my tooth out in February, just moments before the lockdown came in. I was about the last patient through the dentist's to get my tooth out. But they're so up to speed that they, not realising that, have all this time been waiting to give me an appointment to see the blooming dentist for like 8 months. It would be the wait. Good grief.
We actually talked about this, because do you remember me saying that I rang NHS 111 up with a serious dental problem, and they had me in the dentist within 2 hours at the end of February when you were having all this trouble.
Right.
Which was quite amazing that you were having all this bother, and within 2 hours I was in, had it out, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, well, I was completely satisfied with the service that I got, but as I said, I was one of the last people through. I mean, I can remember sitting in the waiting room, and one of the girls working there was going around wiping all the doorknobs, and I thought, that's a bit over the top, isn't it? And this was before, the whole thing really came down upon us. I thought, that's been a bit extreme there, dear. But I was one of the last people through. But the NHS didn't know that, and so they've been thinking that I've been waiting to have my tooth out for 8 months. Good grief.
Okay, the other thing I was going to say was, I wonder if I can get hold of some of this antibody cocktail that Trump got.
Yeah.
Be a lot cheaper than buying Stella, because he's just gone mental since he went into hospital.
Stella. Yeah, I don't think you can actually consume it like Stella, but it's pretty good stuff, whatever it is. And all it took was the combined medical experts of pretty much every facility in North America to all not congeal to. God, what's the word? to coalesce. That's not really either, but that'll do. In a pinch, they're all coalesced in order to treat the dear leader.
That's it. But the other thing is that since he had that, he's told William Barr that he won't forget it.
Yeah.
If he doesn't indict Hillary Clinton, Orbach, and Biden. I mean, it's gone completely mental.
He is going
berserk. Then he's going to have a rally on Saturday in Florida. I mean, this must be good stuff that they gave him.
Yeah, the average age of his fans in Florida is about 300 years old, something like that. Each and every one of them just barely clinging on to life as it is.
That's it. But there again, looking back at our lot over here, it's okay these people saying let herd immunity go and everything else, but using your terminology, if the Labour Party haven't crippled the NHS over the last 10 years, we might have had a suitable NHS. I mean, yes. Sweden's got a superb health service. And what we can't do is afford to let it get to the point where the NHS is overrun, because you'll have people dying not being able to be admitted to hospital. So we have to try and control it in some way to stop it getting overrun. I mean, my daughter worked on a 60-bed COVID ward in ICU during the last peak, and she said they were absolutely at the limit. There was no more... how can you put it, slack in the system. If it had gone on for any longer, they would have collapsed under the weight of it. So we've got to try and keep it down so the NHS can cope to save who we can.
Well, how long do we have to keep it down for? I mean, how long does the NHS need to get itself up to speed? I mean, approximately. Give me in months or years, if a month is too short a period. I mean,
it takes months and months to train ICU nurses to the level where they are totally competent and independent.
Well,
what I'm saying is we need to keep the level of infection at such a point that the NHS isn't overrun, because last time we had 20,000 patients in hospital and they saved most of them. But if we had 40,000 patients, 20,000 would not be admitted to hospital because there aren't spaces. And out of that 40,000, a lot would die.
Yeah, OK, but these are all just numbers. A lot are going to die anyway from just closing the NHS down. For the lockdown also creates death. It's as though people think that it only does one thing. It saves people. It also kills people, a lockdown. And, I mean, and the other thing is that there appears to be fewer people who are becoming seriously ill with this thing. There's evidence to suggest that it's actually become a weaker strain. Either that or the number of people that were frail enough for it to be to have serious repercussions, they have succumbed to it already. I mean, for how long does this go on, approximately? Give me a time scale. Is it till Easter, or is it till next September? How about not this Christmas, but the one after? 10 years?
I'm not suggesting trying to stop it or a lockdown like happened last time. That was disastrous. But what we do know is that the two things that we can absolutely guarantee is that the lockdown cut the virus down, and the amount of mingling we're doing now enables the virus to exponentially increase. So somewhere in between
I'm going to stop you there, because we don't know anything of the sort. The places in lockdown have seen the virus infection rate go up, not down.
No, I mean, the initial lockdown, when we did the stay-at-home, the Boris stay-at-home thing, that actually cut the rate of infection down. And what we've got now is where it's increasing. So in between the stay-at-home and what we're doing now is a level where we can keep the R at 1.
Well, you seem very certain about this, Mike, but to be honest, you're just making it up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, of course you are. You've got no idea what the consequence of people going out and getting the virus are now. I mean, if it's so cut and dried, then once again, I must say, what about Sweden? Their hospitals are not overrun. Explain that, I double dare you.
No, the Swedish hospital system is far better than ours.
It's not that much. It's better, but it's not that much better.
They're also following the government has suggested to them better than us. So they are
but that's irrelevant, because the government in Sweden have not instituted lockdowns or anything of the sort. People are going to bars and restaurants and gyms and cinemas and all the rest of that.
and socially distancing while they're doing it.
Not much, not like we are. And they're not even proposing that people wear masks in public, apart from on public transport.
No, they didn't, and they said that was so that it didn't give people a false sense of security, which is a psychological bit. They agree masks work, but they think that if people wore masks, they'd get closer.
That's not true.
It is true. The guy came out and said it is simply a matter of we do not want to give people...
Mike, you are too confident about that a lockdown is the only way to go because we must save the NHS. It's like you've been hypnotised by that phrase, just been repeated over and over again. I think the time to save the NHS, with hindsight, might have been 10 years ago, before they embarked on a campaign to very surreptitiously drain the NHS of money. I mean, we've got far fewer beds, we've got far fewer nurses, we've got far fewer consultants and GPs and all the rest of it. Save the NHS? I think it's a bit late for that. I mean, they could try and rebuild it. Might be a good idea. Anyway, Mike, it's been, I was going to say an education, but that's not true. 0345 6060 973. Chris tweets, absolutely nowhere in this declaration does it state how you'd effectively isolate the vulnerable. Oh, this is the, what's it? The thing with a funny name. What's it called? The, something declaration. This letter thing. Can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it's in this pile of papers that I've got in front of me. Believe me. Absolutely nowhere in this declaration does it state how you'd effectively isolate the vulnerable, it says. Well, you'd isolate the vulnerable like all the rest of us were isolated. In their homes. He said, 25% of our population are vulnerable. High blood pressure, diabetes, overweight, over 70 are all examples of being vulnerable. Yeah. So what are you proposing? I don't understand your tweet, Chris. What are you suggesting? That we should just forget it? This says, I am over 75 years old and I'm extremely terrified by this virus and will not be going out until a workable, effective vaccine is found and not a minute before. Most of it in capital letters with exclamation marks. Peppered throughout. Like he or she, sexist, stuck exclamation marks in a blunderbuss and just blasted it all over their text. You're extremely terrified by the virus and you won't be going out until a workable, effective vaccine is found. OK, well, that might be never. Shall I pencil you in for never going out? People are talking about it as though it's a done deal. It's just around the corner. I mean, apart from anything else, if they do invent a vaccine, the government is going to be tasked with doling it out.
Oh, no.
How well do you think that's going to go, based on previous experience?
I don't believe I've ever met him. I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him, and I just don't know anything about him.
Thanks, Tony. You're the best. You're the best, worst president ever. Alex in Sevenoaks says 40% of the outbreaks take place in educational settings, 5% in hospitality. The biggest rise in the last week was the biggest rise in the last week per 100,000 was in the 10 to 19 age range. It's so obvious that the government should go to blended/rota learning for secondary pupils. What's that? What's blended/rota learning? He says, or she, there are no masks, no social distancing, etc. in school. The virus is loving it in there. Here I don't make no, never mind, do it. Virtually nobody at all has had a serious consequence from this virus in the 10 to 19 age range. In fact, practically nobody at all under the age of about 70. You know the average age of the people who died of COVID-19 in England and Wales since the pandemic began? 82.4 years old. 82.4 years old, the average age of people who died from COVID-19. You know what the life expectancy is? 81 and a half. This is from the Office of National Statistics data collated by experts at Oxford University. The average age of people who died from COVID-19 is older than the life expectancy on average for people in this country. It's higher than the average age reached by people recorded as dying from all other causes. Let that sink in. The average age of someone dying from coronavirus is older than they would have expected to live anyway. We have sunk the country to try and fail to add a few extra months on the end of someone's life that would have died of something else shortly anyway. What a way to run a country, eh? The study by Oxford's Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine also suggests that fewer than 6 people per 1,000 who get coronavirus now are likely to die from it. 6 people per 1,000. The death rate, known as the infection fatality ratio, IFR, has plummeted since June, even allowing for a big increase in testing. The figures also show that currently 40% of those who die from COVID are over 85. 33% are between 75 and 84. So that's 3/4 of the people that are getting a significantly bad result from catching COVID are over 75 years old. And 1/4 of those people were suffering from advanced dementia. Barely 1% of those who die are under 44. We're talking about this. We're reacting to this as though death had previously never been invented. As though this is all a shock. The new figures appear to support that Great Barrington Declaration. That's that letter. What a weird title for a thing. The Great Barrington Declaration. Gosh, that does sound important. It's now been signed by 15,000 or so leading scientists and doctors, and some people who aren't leading scientists and doctors and who are just making up names. Like Dr. I.P. Freely. According to this declaration, younger people who are most unlikely to die should immediately be allowed to resume life as normal. You remember normal life, don't you?
No.
God, it seems like so long ago. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in East Ham. Sam.
Hi, Nick. Hope you're well.
Yes, thanks.
And I just want to say, blended learning is what they're doing in universities, where we have to go in 1 day a week and study online in our bedrooms for 4 and still pay 9k. So that's
right.
learning.
Yes.
Oh, what joy. Oh, what a lark.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, I just wanted to say 2 things. I wanted to know what you thought about the fly that was in Mike Pence's hair during the vice presidential debate. Because
I think it was a sign from God.
Well, this is what everyone's saying. There's this conspiracy now that he's Beelzebub, one of the Lord of the Flies, the devil, going on the internet, which I love.
That's about right. Mm-hmm.
And another conspiracy that I've seen as well, after looking on the Daily Mail website today, was someone saying, in regards to lockdowns, is it any surprise? I mean, is anyone else finding it suspicious that they call it a COVID hotspot and mobile also have hotspots? 5G.
I assume you're joking.
No, it's truthfully, that's what somebody wrote. And I just thought, this is the hysteria. I remember in school, my teacher told me that during the war, there was such an anti-German sentiment that Americans renamed sauerkraut Liberty Cabbage, and people were going around kicking German Dachshund dogs.
Yeah.
And I just thought, this is the fact, we would laugh in class, but this is what's happening now, with people now attacking lampposts, thinking that, it's the devil. But, I mean, what next? The Salem witch trials? It's just a bit mad, really, but...
A little bit.
If you fall down the rabbit hole of looking on the internet, you'll find loads of little conspiracy theories that Mike Pence is the devil because of the flies, and that he's really dead, and now that also
he's really
5G masks.
Well, he looks dead. He looks like he's a real life walking, talking zombie. Yeah.
Yeah, being like a puppet.
Like a puppet on a string. Yeah. Get Sandy Shaw on the phone. Huh?
Well, he says he can't go anywhere without his wife. He has this fear that women are so attracted to him, and it would be disrespectful to his wife for him to be speaking to any other woman.
Yeah.
So that's why I wasn't even sure he was going to do the debate without his wife, because obviously Kamala Harris was eligible for the female slot. So, sorry.
Okay. All right. I think we've heard enough. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah. Mike Pence. I don't know. Wife? I'm not so sure. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. I mean, I can't be the only one that's had that thought. Mike Pence. Wife? Really? Sue in Ashford says the average age of COVID death is 82. The phrase using a sledgehammer to crack a nut springs to mind. Yeah, I mean, when you think about what we're actually doing here, it does seem to be the biggest overreaction to anything in history. And I'm sure it will be seen as that in the future. But it's just that if you just think about it for a moment, you can see, you don't have to wait till the future. You can see it now. So this is a declaration, argues that if we just return to normal, like younger people under the age of, let's say, 82, just return to normal life, then we would build herd immunity, which it seems to me that's where we're going anyway. I mean, you can continue this local lockdown until you're blue in the face. And the moment you come out again, unless everybody in the country is going to be forced indoors and not allowed to leave for any reason at all ever, then the only consequence of that is you're just delaying it, aren't you? But don't listen to me. I mean, what do I know? All I know is what's on the internet.
I'm not a doctor.
I'm not a doctor. Dr. Jason Oak, a senior statistician at Oxford, at the Oxford Centre. The Oxford Centre for what? Well, maybe Oxford University. He said one reason that the infection fatality ratio has fallen is that more young people are getting infected. But it's possible that people who are getting infected are picking up lower doses of the virus, and we now have drugs that can help. I mean, you could take what Donald Trump is on. He's on dexamethasone as part of his treatment for COVID-19. And so I looked dexamethasone up. Common dexamethasone side effects include, but are not limited to, aggression, agitation, anxiety, blurred vision, dizziness, headache, irritability, mental depression, mood changes, nervousness, pounding in the ears, trouble thinking and speaking.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
Yeah, I think get him off it. I'd steer clear of whatever he's on. It seems to be making him crazier.
Oh, shut up!
So Dr. Jason Oak, a senior statistician at the Oxford Centre, said the figures reinforce the message that we need to keep this away from the very elderly and those with underlying conditions. But the local lockdowns don't seem to be having much impact on infections. And indeed, we've seen infection rates go up in places that have had local lockdowns, which I don't understand at all. But then I am on a lot of dexamethasone. I'm on a couple of pints of Dexa-Mexican a day now, man, but I can handle it. It's just making me rage tweet in all caps, that's all. Professor Carol Sikora, head of Birmingham University Medical School and the medical director of Rutherford Health, is among those who've signed this Great Barrington Declaration. He said, the drop in the IFR, the infection fatality rate, is significant. It means we can afford not to worry about the NHS being overwhelmed. There you are, you see. Problem solved. Because the case numbers are going up, but the death numbers aren't significantly, are they? Unless I misread. But anyway, Professor Carroll doesn't think so. That's Carroll with a K, not Carroll with a C, because Carroll with a K goes not. We need to get people back to work and get rid of these ridiculous, unenforceable rules, said the professor. They are ineffective and counterproductive and causing unimaginable harm. I agree with the professor doctor. Absolutely, yeah, unimaginable harm. And yet we continue to be, frightened into acquiescence. Oh, right you are, Governor. We'll just shut everything down for, the foreseeable future. Because that'll work. The whole world's gone insane.
I don't know anything.
Simon in Halifax says police and council officials are currently visiting every licensed premises to check that they are COVID compliant. Our pub's been visited 4 times in the last 4 weeks, he says. Just in time for you to close down. Perhaps forever. I can't believe that people are still, that businesses are still clinging on, that they're still opening in anticipation of customers, in anticipation that they'll be able to get through this. I mean, I did my bit. I'm a good boy, I am. I ate out just this week. Ooh, so yummy. And actually, there's some things that are better. If only it wasn't with the background of the hideousness of everything that's going on. But you go to a restaurant now, and there's actually space between you and the table next to you. Whereas before, you practically had to move your table and the one next to you out the way before you could get up and go to the loo. Now you can barely see the people on the next table with binoculars. They're so far away. And you can't hear their chit-chat. So that's better. If you go to a museum, there's no one there. Or a gallery. I went to Tate Modern just this week. And it was absolutely deserted. I've never seen it so empty. So that's good, except when you realise that actually it's unsustainable. It cannot go on like this. Restaurants can't go on with 1 sitting per night instead of 2, which is what's happening when they're closing at 10 o'clock. And they can't continue with it opening and then closing for 2 weeks and then opening again. And how are they going to carry on like that? And when the restaurant trade and the pub trade and the bar trade and the club trade is dead already, what are we going to do for, entertainment? What are we going to do? There doesn't seem to be any plan. There doesn't seem to be a strategy of any kind.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
0345 6060 973. Wimbledon. Hello, John.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
You know, it almost feels like COVID is the only illness in this world, and we're all mere mortals, and all of a sudden upon us is this plague, and we're all scared to die. I mean, for God's sakes, people, stop listening to the news. This is all scaremongering. There's cancers, there's heart disease, there's Alzheimer's, there's strokes, diabetes, influenza, the list goes on. There's illnesses, people die, people live, people go to hospitals. We have to live like normal. We can't go on frightened, shutting down businesses, shutting people's livelihoods, closing this, closing that. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, for goodness sakes. In September, I was sent a report that COVID was 9th behind heart disease, cancers, other illnesses, Alzheimer's, strokes, diabetes, influenza.
Well, I got the numbers if you want. They're right in front of me. This is deaths per day. Cancer, 450. Dementia, 214. Heart disease, 174. Coronavirus, 56.
It's ridiculous. For goodness sakes, we can't stop living because of some virus that's come along. If we all just live like normal and the government lets us live like normal, I assure everyone, life goes on. People will die. People get ill. That's life. We're not mortals. We feel like all of a sudden this one illness in the whole entire world is upon us and we're all going to die tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. It's a flu, for goodness sakes.
If we could treat it without tanking the economy and without people's lives being affected as much as they are, then yes, I'd be all for it. But we can't. I mean, we've ruined the economy for generations to come. Think of it. The last recession, 2007, kicked off, and 10 years of austerity later, the country was in double the amount of debt it was at the beginning of that period. So 10 years of austerity and all the misery that went with that, and at the end of it, and what we were sold, the reason for the austerity, we were sold as balancing the books. Well, we didn't do that. We were twice as much in debt as a country at the end of 10 years of austerity than we were before. And that was peanuts compared to what we're about to experience. So what's this going to be like? It's just I'm speechless, really. There just doesn't seem to be. Where's the very rarely can I barely finish a sentence. But there just doesn't seem to be any sense of proportion. I think that's it, isn't it, John? Where's the sense of proportion?
100%. How many beds did we use at the Nightingale? 50? 60? There was 4,000 beds there. 50 beds were used. You know, there's people who have got illnesses who can't get appointments. I heard on Nick Ferrari's show this morning, a woman who broke her arm in February or March is living with a 90-degree angle arm because she can't get an operation, can't get an appointment in hospital. Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, that is insane.
You know,
that seems like an error. Really?
Yeah, it was on Nick Ferrari's show this morning. Yesterday morning. Right. She'd broken her arm. She can't get an appointment in the hospital to have an operation, so she's living with her arm at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah. Well, I like I said before, I got a letter today from the NHS saying, we've finally got around to your case. That tooth that has been causing you extreme pain and discomfort, we're giving you an appointment to have it out 8 months after I'd actually had it out at the dentist's. So that's as far back as they are.
The world's gone mad.
It
Nick.
has, yeah.
The world has gone mad.
All right. Okay, thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, I mean, it's like we've only got one thing left, one step crazier than where we are now.
I'll bring us into war.
And I believe that he will, too. He's tried everything else. Nothing else is working. So I think World War III will be coming to a location near you soon, unless he wins. Because if he doesn't win the election, and remember, that's only, 3 weeks away now? Something like that? Oh, my God. Talk about coming to a boil. Whew. So here we go. Is this story?
Yes.
Okay. Caller Sophie Meredith took a fall and her broken arm was put in a sling before the pandemic. She had to wait between 8 and 10 weeks for surgery anyway. And, God, what? Even without the pandemic, she had to wait between 8 and 10 weeks. And as the date approached, it was cancelled, her operation. She'd broken her arm. As the procedure was due to take place the day after the national lockdown was announced, they cancelled her operation. Her arm is stuck at 90 degrees. You've got to be kidding me. She has a lot of fragments in her elbow, which means her movement is greatly restricted. She told Nick Ferrari it affects her in most ways. Why, it would. As she has broken her dominant arm, she has no independence and she can no longer drive. Oh, my God, this country has fallen apart. Protect the NHS? They didn't protect the NHS. They switched it off. I am stunned. I mean, I know it's not a popular thing to say, but it seems to me that the most important insurance you can buy is medical insurance. You know, forget your sofa. If you spill red wine on your sofa, then just live with it. And there's some insurances that you need to buy by law, like car insurance, for instance. But the rest of it, your stuff, forget it. Pour all your money into medical insurance because you can't rely on the NHS for anything. I can't believe it. Her arm is stuck at 90 degrees, out of whack. She has fragments in her elbow, which means her movement is greatly restricted. Can't drive. It's a dominant arm. She would ordinarily, in the best possible circumstance with the NHS, she would have to wait between 8 and 10 weeks for surgery. Can you believe that? But, of course, it was cancelled because the national lockdown was announced and we have to save the NHS. We have to save it by not allowing any patients in. It's just, what is going on here? Well, you elect a clown, you get a circus.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
0345 6060 973, text 84850, email. And by the way, that medical insurance thing, incredibly annoying because you will essentially have paid twice. you'll pay for the NHS, and then people who have medical insurance will have to pay again. In other countries, not mentioning any names, but, in a country that starts with S and ends in Whedon, I bet you don't have to wait 8 to 10 weeks for surgery to repair your broken blooming arm. Still, if we hadn't gone through the last 10 years of a Labour government under the disastrous premiership of Jeremy Corbyn, then the NHS would be in a much better... Oh, no, that's right, we didn't. Southwark. Hello, Kevin.
Oh, good evening, Nick. I very much like the gist of your arguments on all these things COVID-related, but I do have a little difference that you talk about Sweden a lot. Now, Sweden has done better than the UK, that's true. But if you compare to Germany and its Nordic neighbours, it hasn't done so well. In fact, it's done a lot worse.
Well, it depends what you... Wait. Let me finish. It depends on what you mean, because Germany did lockdowns. Sweden didn't. So it's not just numbers, it's life as well.
It's not numbers, it's just life. Okay, right. Okay, well, if it's life, then if you look at the economic performance of Germany, right, then it's comparable to Sweden. So on that basis, if following your logic, then it's done very well. Okay,
no, I'm not talking about economic performance. I'm talking about life, living your life.
Yeah, but okay, living your life is economic performance.
No, it is not. Of course it isn't. Well, it can't be measured in numbers. It can be measured by experience. Do you enjoy your life?
Well, how do you? Well, okay, give me the metric you use for Sweden compared with Germany. If you're going to use that argument,
again, there is no number associated with it.
Well, then how do you? Well, why do you say Sweden's done better than Germany if there's no metric? How do you? What's the logic?
Do you live your life entirely by numbers? What are you, a robot?
No, but Germany, right, has 6 times less deaths per million than Sweden. Now, I'm not a robot, but that's an important number, no?
It depends on whether you only...
No, it depends. I mean, if 6 times more people die in Sweden than Germany, that's not an unimportant
statistic. Okay, I'll use an extreme example to make a point.
Right.
You could, in your life, probably live longer if you stayed in your home for the whole of your life, did not interact with any other people, did not catch a disease or a virus or the cold or a flu or any of those things. If you stayed in your house your entire life, you would probably live longer. Would that be a better quality of life?
No. Okay,
of course. So there's no number associated with that. I can't tell you that you are 100%, you have an 87% better life. There is no metric for it. It's just your life.
Okay, but is that the logic then in Germany? Everybody's staying in their home and that's why the death rate's lower? 6 times lower?
No. What, than Sweden?
Okay, well, what is it then? What's the difference?
Oh, my God, are you deliberately trying to be annoying?
No, I'm just trying to get you to come out with why you think Sweden's much better than Germany. To give me
Are you listening to what I am saying?
I am listening very clearly.
Well, you're not, because I've said it already. It's multiple times in different ways. Sweden did not lock down. People were allowed to continue their life or as they normally do. With
Germany locked down much more.
Few restrictions, not many. Germany, on the other hand, did do lockdowns, but the Germans have been successful, more successful than any other country in Europe, for several reasons. First amongst which is probably that they're German. I mean, I know it's a cliche, but they are known for their efficiency. And they had, they devolved the approach to the virus to local authorities, whereas in this country it's all been done very, very centrally, as we know. And even though the government protests otherwise, people who are in local authorities have been completely left out of the loop. The government say, oh, no, we've been talking to all the mayors and the local councils and so on, and it's been a very local approach. But that's the opposite of true. Because you talk to the mayors and the local councils and they're looking at each other in bemusement saying, well, we've got no idea what they're talking about. They're completely left us out of the loop. So that's one of the reasons that the Germans did well, is because they approached the problem in a local way. And the other reason is that they, instead of, as we are doing, shockingly, spending hundreds of millions of pounds, just throwing it at private enterprise, much of which has rather suspiciously close contact with the Conservative Party as donors or people who are current or ex-members. Hundreds of millions of pounds are being poured all over companies that have absolutely no experience of medical practice at all. Many companies were set up 1 month with £100 in the bank, and in the very next month they're given a £110 million contract to provide PPE by the government. I mean, that seems pretty suspicious to me. It's either suspicious or it's inept. One of the two. Germany, on the other hand, they have trusted their local health services. I know that's like a revolutionary concept, but those are the people that do health for a living, as opposed to they're an accountancy firm or they sell pet food or any of these other bizarre companies that the government are pouring tons of your money over. So that's it in a nutshell, Kevin.
No, I agree with all of that you said, but why are you fixated on Sweden when Germany does things much better? If you read the FT...
No, they do not do it better. You're stuck on numbers again. You're just obsessed with the death rate, but everybody dies. You do not get out of this life alive. What you do while you are living is try to maximise the pleasure of being alive. And being locked in your house does not do that. That's why I obsess about Sweden, is because the good people of Sweden have been able to live their lives.
So you're saying in Germany they're not living their lives?
A lockdown does mean, by definition, that you are not living your normal life.
So Germany, then, is only succeeded from a lockdown? That's your argument?
I just spent about 10 minutes describing Germany's...
No, you were describing England. You weren't describing Germany. Sorry.
No, I was not describing England. My God, does your phone work, or are your ears on the blink? Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I not just spend 10 minutes describing how Germany approached this problem?
Yes.
Thank you. So he is... I think you're trolling me, Kevin. Back under your bridge, troll. This says, I'm sorry, but you're just way too annoying. I invite you to go away. This says, I don't understand if figures for COVID are still high, then why we have to wait till Monday for an announcement? Surely if it's an urgent matter, it should be done as soon as, not wait till Monday or Wednesday. Yeah, that seems to be a running theme, doesn't it? You're all under great danger. We'll tell you how to avoid death later. In the meantime, here's some music. This says, Nick, what about the Nightingale hospitals? Can't all COVID patients go into them, leaving the rest for other patients? Close down will kill anyone who hasn't got COVID eventually. Well, that makes sense to me. The problem with the Nightingale hospitals was they built them all right, but they didn't have anybody to staff them because, the 10 years of Conservatives saving the NHS. 10 years of the NHS being safe in their hands meant that we ain't got no nurses, and we ain't got no beds, and we ain't got no doctors, and we ain't got no consultants, and all of the rest of it. And everybody that cleans the hospital for us, they ain't coming here no more because we're getting Brexit done. Hurrah! Puh! Other than that, things are going swimmingly. God, what a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Kim in Wimbledon says, Nick, why do you keep saying that some areas are in lockdown? They are not in lockdown. Schools are still open. People are still going to work and using transport. That's why the infection has increased in those areas like Manchester, etc. Only Scotland has been more severe in its response. Yeah, well, the figures are pretty bold in suggesting that it's schools that are the driver of the increase in infections. And restaurants and bars aren't. I mean, I was in a bar and I was in a restaurant just this week, and it seemed safer, I would imagine, than being squeezed in a class of 40 kids. And, and remembering, of course, that kids are just hideous balls of snot and disease. Ugh. Of course they're going to catch it. There's no such thing as social distancing when you're 10 years old. Impossible. Anthony in Norwich says Mike Pence does call his wife mother as well. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, is that weird?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit weird. Mike Pence calls his wife mother. Sounds a bit strange to me. Does it sound a bit strange to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit strange, yeah. Plus, he looks like a robot.
Affirmative.
Yeah, he's giving goo-goo eyes to Donald Trump every time that he's in the same room as him. He looks like him, like a puppy in love. Mike Pence. STRANGE, weird. Armand from London says, sometimes I wonder how did Bill Gates know 4 years ago that there will be a global pandemic in 2020 and it will last for 3 years? What? Will the COVID virus be with us for many years to come? Yeah, I would expect so. I mean, unless they pull the rabbit out of the hat and get us a vaccine, which you should not rely on, because there's no reason to rely on it or to expect that it's going to be here anytime soon.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hello. So Mary Berry gets one, and Maureen Littman, she's the lady with an ology. She's the lady with the ology on the telly when she was trying to persuade people to call each other. You know, on the phone. Call each other on the phone. Use the phone to call each other. Anybody under the age of 30 is going, what's calling each other, Grandad? It's what we used to do before texting. And Marcus Rashford, he gets one. And David Attenborough, he gets something weird. Like gets a garter or something. I've got no idea. A cloak and a hat. And Mr. Motivator gets one for keeping the nation fit. No, he didn't. I've been, since they reopened, I've been to the gym like once a week, if that. It's terrible. It's like starting from scratch again. It's a good job that I don't have to dress up for a living, and I can spend my entire life in trousers with elasticated waists. Awful. But don't let all of those celebs blind you to the fact that this gift giving that happens twice a year is just the establishment awarding prizes to itself for excellence in being them. All of the rest of it, they just chuck in a few celebs for the press to concentrate on, while the real business is, of course, the establishment awarding badges and prizes and funny titles to itself for, future monetization. It's all about the money, honey. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says the infections are surging in Sweden. I don't think they really are all perfect. They are gorgeous, though, says that texter. I don't think surging is quite the right word. They are going up a little, not much. Not like here. This one says, this is the, why do we have to wait till Monday? We've got to wait till Monday for an announcement. You know, it's very, very serious. You're all going to die. We'll tell you about it on Monday. In the meantime, hold tight. We'll give you precise instructions how to save yourself in a couple of days' time. And then they're not going to start whatever it is that they're planning. It's going to be a surprise. And then they won't start it until Wednesday, because, that makes sense. Makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Eddie texts, it would have been John Lennon's 80th birthday. Yeah. Oh, well. Eddie Van Halen. Oh.
Rock and roll!
I suppose they're all going to go eventually. Nobody gets out of this life alive. James in Luton says there's 1 million people in the events industry hanging on with their nails. Businesses have had no revenue since March. Millions of events cancelled. Europe's events industry is open. We're dying. says James in Luton. Well, yeah, you and the nightlife business. When are they ever going to get to open again? I mean, the kids just want to dance. They want to have a party. And they are unable to do that. They must be going out their minds. Thank goodness I'm decrepit and past it. No, Nick, you're not decrepit and past it. Why do you keep beating yourself up like that? You're a youthful and special person. God, can I get a bit of help here, please? Jay tweets, Nick, you should have been using New Zealand and South Korea as your examples. They've established efficient track and trace systems which allow their health systems to function efficiently while also helping to limit the spread of COVID. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about South Korea. But New Zealand, it's a long way away from anywhere, apart from anything else. They stop people going there entirely, and they're run by a woman. So they're a triple threat. I know New Zealand have done well, and South Korea have too. Like I say, I don't know anything about South Korea, but New Zealand is a special... they're special in New Zealand. And I mean that not in an insulting way, although that too. Let's have Durham. Hello, Margaret.
Hi, Nick.
Margaret.
Hi. Enjoying your show tonight.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Doug.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. We're all talking together. Is this a group hello?
It's a group hug.
A group hug. Well,
carry
here's
on.
a hug for you. Right. I'm one of these old people at risk.
Yeah.
But I want to tell you, like a lot of my friends, I'm not shivering in an attic somewhere. I'm stomping about, furious at this government for what they've done to the young people in this country. They have been disgusting. We stole their summer from them, those gorgeous summers when you're young. We messed about their education. They've just been disgusting with young people and with young people who are working. We're destroying the country through this sheer panic about this disease. Now, I followed Dr. John Lee right from the beginning, who said, let it rip, and if you're old, stop in or go out. We should have just let the country get on with it. The damage caused is disgusting, and it's the young people we've hurt who have to pick up the price tag.
Yeah.
So I am not an old lady. Old people aren't sitting quivering and aching and being... Loads of us, all my friends, we are furious at the damage being done to young people. So that's all I've got to say.
All right, well, it sounds like you said it. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Margaret. Cheers, my dear.
Thank you.
Ta-da.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. Don't mess with Margaret. David from Horsham says, Nick, Germany has done things locally because it's a federalised state. We're not. Well, that's preventing us from doing things locally? Are you kidding me? Paul says, as soon as Wednesday. No rush, Boris. Yeah, just just take all the time you need. It's not like it's serious.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Alan in Manchester says, are you going to talk about MP's pay going up by $3,000 a year from next April? Well, I was going to, but maybe I won't have time this evening. I'll discuss it in full tomorrow if I don't get round to it tonight. Can you believe it? And the answer to that is obviously...
Yes.
Yes, it is entirely believable. In fact, it'd be a surprise if they didn't, wouldn't it? South Wales, hello, Maria.
Hi, Nick.
Maria.
Hi. Love the show.
Thanks.
Hi, I thought I'd ring in and tell you my story.
Yes.
Right. Talking about the NHS, I've always been self-employed doing interior design, you know. 6 years ago, I went to work, had quite a bad accident, fell off a ladder, broke both ankles.
Ouch.
It was bad, it was painful. Had me into various scans and x-rays and what have you. Operated on me a year later, left me like that for a year.
A year?
A year. That's nothing yet, I'll tell you now.
A year?
A year, yeah.
How did you get about for a year?
I didn't. I just couldn't walk. I was on 2 crutches.
What?
Yeah, this is nothing. They messed me about for a year. Then the surgeon that did the operation went back to South Africa. Then they just shelved me. They put me to one side. I didn't hear any more for another year. So that was 2 years gone down the pan.
What?
Yeah, then I had to fight, and my partner said to me, we're going to take this on. We're going to life is going by, your life is going by, we're going to go to, we're going to see a solicitor, we're going to take advice. Anyway, I've been fighting for 4 years. This has been 6 years. And what they did was, they had me in, after 3 years, they had me in, they did both operations. The left ankle, the right ankle is it's passable, I can move on that. The left ankle, they put the plate in the wrong place in my leg.
Oh, my God.
Now, they left me like that, right? I've had that in for 4 years. They've left me like that. I'm on 2 crutches. My ankle is so bad, I'm walking on the outer part of my foot. I'm on 2 crutches. I can hardly walk. I don't know how many times I've fallen. I've had to finish work. And they had me in January to tell me that they decided they were going to do the operation. And now COVID has come and they put it off. So I'm now going into the 7th year of being on crutches, can't walk, can't work, can't get out and about, and just stuck in no man's land.
Wow. And that's the NHS, the envy of the world.
That's our NHS.
I'm stunned.
What do you think?
I'm once again rendered speechless.
I mean, 6 years of your life is a long time.
Yes.
And to be walking, and I mean, with me, like yourself, I'm self-employed. You get money from nobody else. If you don't work to an extent, you don't get anything.
Yeah.
You have to work, you know. And in my line of business, I used to running around, being very active, doing everything, you know, doing everything yesterday, not today, if you know what I mean. And now to be stuck at home on 2 crutches, can't walk and get out and do anything, life sort of taken away from you, and to be forgotten about. That's the way I feel.
Oh my God! So what's going to happen next?
Well, I don't know. They had me in January, did another scan, told me that the plate had been in my leg for so long now, the tissue had grown over it. I think they were waiting for me to say, oh, I'll stay as I am, you know. Why not? I'm okay, I'll carry on. But I'm not going to at 55. Why should I do that? I'm used to being an active woman and living a life, do you know what I mean?
Well,
and I feel as though I've just been shelved and thrown to one side. And of course, they had me in January, did further scan, told me that they were going to move on with the operation. But of course, COVID has come now, so I've had letters now saying just carry on until they can do whatever, you know. So I've really almost given up, really.
Oh my God!
It should have been done a long time ago, Nick. In another lifetime, really.
Wow. Yeah.
In another lifetime, you know. I just feel, I don't know how I feel, to be honest with you. I just feel as though a big piece of my life has been taken away and I've just been shelved and forgotten about. You know.
I can't say anything to you, Maria. I'm out of words.
I know, it is a bit, it's a bit of an odd one, isn't it?
But I really don't know what to say. Like, I really don't. So I'm really, really appalled, and I don't know what to say. Maria, go on.
I always listen to your show, you know, and
right.
You're so good on the radio. I love listening to you, and I'm so glad you're on 3 nights a week now.
Well, thanks.
At least you make me laugh, even when I'm in pain. You make me laugh.
Right.
Nick is coming on at 10 o'clock. I can have a laugh anyway.
Well, I do wish you all the best, Maria, and I hope you get the treatment that you so obviously need and deserve.
When I get it done, I'll ring you and let you know.
Yeah, do that.
Love you talking to you, Nick.
All right, thanks a lot, Maria. Well, blimey. What can you say to that? The NHS, the envy of the world. Safe in their hands.
That's what I feel.
Yes, that last call made me feel a bit lightheaded. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Bromley. Hello, Luke.
Hi, Nick. Good evening. Good evening.
Luke.
I want to give you two things now. First one is about fact. Second one is you've been caught speechless quite a few times, so I want to cheer you up in a moment, okay?
Okay.
Yes. First one. Well done, and thank you for bringing out the fact that we are now starting to look at facts and figures rather than just headlines. Headlines say fear, fear, fear. Facts and figures actually say, you know what, there's a way out of this and things can get better. people, as you've rightfully said, the average age of coronavirus, unfortunately, is 82.3 years old. Okay, the average age of a person that survives in the UK is 81.
Correct.
People also forget that actually care homes were the largest contributor, but do you know how many people die in a care home every year? It's 100,000 people every year. It's about 300 people a day in a care home every single day.
Right. Well, this is not sorry, I can't. It's to be expected, of course.
It's slightly to be expected, and it's not to be sort of caught. You know, we don't want to get these figures, obviously, because it would make everyone depressed for years upon years. But all of a sudden, everyone's obviously interested in death rate and things, and it's like never been talked about so much. And I think people need to start thinking about life, as you were saying. Just quickly to back you up, by the way, that guy wants facts and figures about Germany compared to Sweden. Well, actually, happiness ranking is Sweden is number 7 and Germany's number 17th. If you really want to be on facts and figures there. On the happiness scale.
Oh, and the happiness scale, yes, of course.
Yeah. And part of that,
people dismiss happiness, and I keep banging on about this on a regular basis.
Yes.
And people dismiss it as, that's just silly. The happiness index is just silliness. It's your life. What happens while you're waiting for your life to begin is your life.
And I'm about to make you happy in a minute, but yes, absolutely. So I would say that happiness is definitely worthy of, people are looking for quantity rather than quality.
Yes.
People need to start thinking, you know what, if I'm going to live to 81 rather than 83, I want to be happy,
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The average age, by the way, of someone surviving in a care home is 18 months anyway, just over.
Right.
So, yes, coronavirus unfortunately cut that short by a few months, and it's terrible, but we also need to think of those people who, you have a doctor who speaks quite regularly on LBC with Tom Swarbrick, what's his name, Dr. Chris Smith, and he said the trouble with the coronavirus vaccine is, he said, we cannot get this wrong. If we're going to give this out to 7 billion people, if it's wrong, it could wipe the population out. We can't just rush it through.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So in other words...
Plus, if we found one tomorrow, if we found a vaccine tomorrow, then how long would it take to make... Each person is supposedly going to have 2, so that's 120 million.
Yeah.
And we're expecting the government, with its record of its inept and ineffectual record, the government are going to put together 120 million doses of the vaccine.
Nick, you've forgotten. By the time 12 months are gone, they've got to have it again. Thing changes. You need 2 per year, every year. So, and the other thing is, apparently you need 80% of the whole population to be vaccinated in order for it to be effective. Well, they haven't even tested on children, so they can't give it to children anyway. I don't know what percentage children make up, but obviously quite a high percentage population.
There's also going to be, I would imagine, a significant number of people who won't want to take it.
Well, that's about 50%, so, yeah, at the minute. But so what he's basically saying is, don't hang on and hold out for vaccine, because he said, to be honest, if we really want this thing to be safe, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
So let's not, hold on life until years on years. Right now, Nick, you have a great podcast, okay, where you're always asking questions and answering them so well.
Oh, you mean the one that I do with Carol McGiffin?
Correct.
What's your problem with Nick and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you to maybe answer.
Right.
Maybe people can.
What's your query?
Okay. Of all light switches in the house, the very one you want to be quietest to make sure that you can do it discreetly and not waking anyone up is the light switch in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
Why is it that it's the loudest? Here's an example. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we are in the 20th century of
almost
living.
Yeah, pretty much.
And yet the loudest light in the whole house is the very one that you want to turn on at night time. And yet it potentially wakes up anyone who's a light sleeper. Here's a normal light switch. You didn't hear that, Hardy, right? It's normal. And you go to the bathroom.
He's brought his own special effects.
You may think that, you may think that that's a old-fashioned one, but we've just had a new one put in the other bathroom, okay?
Yeah, it hangs as a piece of string from the ceiling.
Brand new one here. Another one, ready? That is the latest design.
Well, I tell you, if you allow an electrician a free rein, he will attach it to the extractor fan so that it starts the extractor fan, which then runs for 3 minutes after you turn the light off.
You may as well flush the loo and finish the noise.
Yeah, you need to buy yourself a torch there, Luke.
Can you please enlighten us, excuse the pun, and tell us why the very light that we need to be the quietest is the loudest in the house?
Yeah, it's a mystery to me. Leave it with me and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. You'll be able to read it by torchlight. You want to get one of those torches, like a miner's lamp, that you strap to your head. Because you, in the middle of the night, if you go to the loo, you'll need both hands.
Disgusting.
You need both hands free, not one that's holding a torch. You need to strap that torch to your head. Excellent work, Luke. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Deptford. Deborah.
Hi, Nick.
Deborah.
Hello.
Yes, Deborah.
Hi. That was a nice bit of light relief, wasn't it?
It was light relief, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What I really phoned up about was I really enjoy your show because I like the kind of satire you do, and I like the way you're looking at issues and bringing up things that a lot of other people aren't.
Right.
But what I really wanted to say is, because I'm just an ordinary person, I'm 66.
66 years old?
Yeah, 66 years young. And because I'm retired, maybe I've got too much time on my hands, but I have a lot of time to sit down and think. And I think we're looking at it's almost as if we can't see the wood for the trees. We're looking at all the little things, the confusions. We're getting told we can do this, we can do that. You should wear masks. Masks are good, masks are no good. Everybody's getting so confused, so angry. They're not stepping back and looking at the bigger picture and trying to analyse what's going on. I mean, it is a global thing. All the countries seem to be in lockstep about what they're doing. And maybe if you start thinking about these things, sometimes you get called conspiracy theorists for just trying to analyse what is going on. It seems to me like a bit of a coincidence. I mean, if I can see the ridiculousness of this, and I'm just an ordinary person, do you think the people in government and the people higher up can't see it? So why are they making us do it?
Well, no, okay, so let's drill down. What is it that you're not saying? It sounds like you're skirting around something, but not actually saying it. Go on.
Yeah, to be quite honest, what I'd like to say, but obviously I might. I just think it is really like a global reset. Everything is, almost everywhere in the world is decided that things have got to change. We're going to be controlled, you know what I mean? We're going to be told can't do this, we can't do that. Maybe we're going to have, we're not going to be told we're going to have a vaccine, but we're going to be told if you don't have the vaccine, you won't be able to do travel, you won't be able to go to football stadiums, you won't be able to go into the cinema because you might infect people. And just the whole thing, it just seems very uncomfortable to me.
Yes, I agree with the possibility that there'll be some kind of passport or stamp. You'll have a stamp on your forehead, like a tick or a cross.
Come on, Nick, I'm not saying that. No, seriously.
But
what
purpose?
If you've got to have a certificate to go on an aeroplane, don't you feel that that's a bit much of a control to tell people?
Well, yes, but I think the implication of what you're saying is that it was in some way deliberate in order to control people. But what would be the purpose?
I think they're using it. They're using it because, when we had the financial crash, the bankers got the blame, didn't they? Well, the whole financial system really is at the point of collapse. So what a good thing, really. We don't blame the bankers this time. We blame the virus.
Well, as an aside, the banking racket never stopped doing what caused the financial crash in the first place. They continued doing exactly the same thing, and are still doing it to this day. Because
and people say it's no longer sustainable.
People say that they didn't learn their lesson, but they did learn their lesson, which was that they can do anything they like and get away with it. That's the lesson they learned.
Maybe they couldn't. Maybe they need to sort of change the whole system. You know what I mean? If you look at what the United Nations plan is, Agenda 21, Agenda 30. I mean, the whole plan, it seems to be like this is the start of it.
Right. Well, I don't know. I don't know what that means, Deborah. But I think you're right. You are thinking too much. Think a little bit less. Just sit and stare out the window. Turn on the TV.
What they like us to do, Nick.
Turn on the TV. Turn on the TV and just, float down, turn off your mind and float downstream. Try it. You might like it. Groovy. Yeah. Now, there's no such thing as a plandemic. That's a conspiracy theory too far. Because there's absolutely no reason why the banking racket, for instance, or any government would want to impose this on us. Because there's no benefit. There's no upside. Everybody loses. Unless you're Bill Gates. Unless you're Jeff Bezos. You know Jeff Bezos? No! Yeah, that's him. Unless you're one of those people. But no, I would shy away from conspiracy theory. I'm much more of it's not a conspiracy, it's a cock-up. I think that it's more likely to be a cock-up than a conspiracy. Particularly as you know who's involved.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Captain Cock-up. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I mean, I've said something like this previously, but really, you think that if the government had planned this to go just like this, you think that it would be working this well according to plan? It's like the people that think that George W. Bush flew those planes into the Twin Towers.
Absolutely.
If he or the American government had planned it, those planes would have missed. Just saying. Halifax. John.
Hello, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
How are you? Are you well?
Yes, very well, thanks. Is that the same question again? Let me ask you, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm not so bad, mate. Yeah.
Right. Are you well?
I'm not bad. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to bring something up, and it kind of is connected to everything that's happening with Trump and COVID and all the things and Brexit and everything. There's a situation occurring, and I'm sure some of your listeners will know, some of them maybe won't know about it, that currently in Nagorno-Karabakh, it's in the South Caucasus, we're talking about an act of aggression against a civilian population in Nagorno-Karabakh. Horrendous things that are happening over there, and it's been done effectively under the cover of the Western governments, the press, all our listeners and readers.
Right. Where's Nagorno-Karabakh?
It is in the South Caucasus, Nick. It's an Armenian area, which under the old Soviet Union, it's an Armenian area. It's been attacked by the Azeri government in concert with Tayyip Erdogan, with the Turkish government. So it's a civilian city and a civilian area that's been subjected to bombing, cluster bombs, drone bombing.
Right, but what's this got to do with anything?
What's it got to do with anything? All of us should be concerned because it's a civilian population that's been subjected to this attack. It's a NATO member in the shape of Turkey who is supporting this. So it's a very small democratic republic of about 3 million people. It's Armenia. Okay, so you look at the historic context, the Armenian people.
But why are you telling me all this?
Why am I telling you? Because I think it's something that we should be discussing on LBC.
Okay,
on
well, not on this show. Not now. I've got 25 minutes before the end of the program. I'm not talking about. I don't know anything about Nagorno-Karabakh.
Well, I think all your listeners would be very interested to know.
I seriously doubt that.
Really?
Yes, really. Yeah. Well, if they would, then it would be top of the news. Because the newspapers sell what they think is going to be the most interesting thing to their readers. And if I had to look it up, then I bet 99.9% of the people who are listening to this have got no idea what you're talking about. But anyway, I wish you all the best. You and your friends in Nagorno-Karabakh. Armenia and Azerbaijan are holding their first direct talks since clashes over the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region flared up nearly 2 weeks ago. More than 300 people have died. Well, that's not an enormous amount, is it, really? I mean, compared to, everything else that's going on in the world. Not that much. But I wish them all the best. 0345 6060 973. Merseyside. Hello, Marie.
Hello?
Marie.
Yes, Nick.
Yes, Marie.
What I'd like to talk about is this shutdown is ridiculous. It's destroying people's livelihoods. I was 80 last Saturday, and I'm not being browbeaten. I had a party. I had 11 people there.
You're having a
we
party.
were restricted.
Yeah, 11. Uh-oh.
11,
Uh-oh.
yes.
Against the law.
Well, I did it. I'll tell you why. I'll be honest, it's cajoling us all to getting a vaccine. The hype is, get this vaccine. If you realise what this vaccine is going to do, we don't know, because it takes at least 8 years. There's side effects from vaccines, and we don't know. And things come about, I'm not happy about it. I will not have... I'm 80. I've not had a vaccine all my life. Well, I'm sorry, in my later life.
Right, okay.
I've been physically fit, no cholesterol, no high blood pressure, nothing.
Right.
I've eaten well, and I think if we were all fed properly and paid a decent wage to enable us to have our immune system good. I was a bone marrow donor and a lymphocyte. The person 10 years ago, as an older person, I gave that. The person is still alive and fit. I don't believe in what they're telling us. We should stop listening. If you're listening, if you read, I read a lot. Vernon Coleman.
Who's that?
Vernon Coleman, he'll write and tell you. He's an ex-doctor.
Ex-doctor? What does that mean?
He's retired or resigned in 2016. He will tell you all about it. Get your readers to read this.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort.
You can't?
I don't have readers. I have me. I do reading.
I'll tell you what, I've been listening to LBC Radio for over 10 years, and it's the best programme we can ever have.
Yes.
Because you can speak your mind without getting shut up. You can tell what you believe. It's really good.
Right.
You can't do it on any other. They cut you off immediately.
Yeah, well...
And I just want to know...
That might happen here now. Go on.
Oh, really?
There is that danger every now and again on this show. Yeah.
I've got to be honest. I want people to start thinking for themselves. I'm educated, but I'm also intelligent. I'd rather be more intelligent than educated, because intelligent people think and listen and read a lot. And I listen to this programme every night.
Yeah.
I've listened to it for every...
It's not on every night, but never mind.
No, but I watch... You're not, but I'm always on this radio listening, LBC. Right. And I really like the programme. Right. I like the fact that I learn a lot from it as well.
Yeah, not this particular show, but other shows.
Well, all of it, yes. Yeah. Nick Ferrari's very good.
Of course.
And I like the show, and I'm glad it's very different to most of them. We're not controlled on this radio, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm worried about the way they're keeping people isolated. The jobs, we will be destroyed. But I'll tell you what I do know. Before this happened, I knew last year there was a big financial problem and something was going to happen. So COVID's come up very conveniently.
Right, okay. It's not a plan. It's not a plandemic. Stop reading the internet. Get off Facebook. I'm serious. But other than that, I wish you all the best. Marie, she loves this station. Another satisfied customer. Sam in Redhill says, why does the government always wait till next week? That's a good point. I think, have I read that one already? I don't know. It was worth reading again. If at first you succeed, keep doing the same thing over and over again. Why not? Why does the government always wait till next week? Yeah, it seems bizarre, doesn't it? You're all about to die. Details next week. We've got a plan to keep you all alive. Just if you can stay living long enough, we'll let you know. Mick texts, Nick, on a positive note, no one has died of old age since March. Well, see, that is positive. Here is Hadley in Essex. Hello, Rob.
Oh, hello, Nick. Back again.
Rob.
all I was going to do is tell a little story about our experience of lockdown. My partner's a district palliative nurse, and during the lockdown, obviously, she's dealing with people who are dying, and they were dying a lot more often.
Yeah.
Before that, obviously, with the cutting the bursary for the nurses, there was a lot less nurses. So she was probably doing about 60, 70 hours a week.
Wow. And
then for the first time, for a long time, after the real sort of period where a lot of people are dying, first time for ages, she had a bit of a break and less hours. It was, obviously there was a lot less patients to look after.
Yeah, I thought I was on a really punishing schedule. I worked 9 hours a week.
Yeah, honestly, she's doing, and obviously it affects me as well. I'm trying to work well. By that time, in the full lockdown, I had 2 months off, so I was just sort of making sure she was sort of fed and watered before she went to work.
Yes.
But, I mean, the amount of people who are compared to now, I think it's it's not going up yet. But I mean, at the time, it was ridiculous. It was every day she was coming home, and that's another one dying. And obviously, she'd come in and she'd have to strip at the door and put her clothes in the washing machine and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it was really difficult, but also made difficult, and our lives have been made difficult for the last 3 years since the cutting the bursary. It's got worse and worse with less and less new staff, because obviously a lot of her mates are retiring and stuff like that.
Yeah, and people that used to come here from the dreaded European Union, they've decided to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of go on the internet and look figures up and stuff. Apparently it's a 95% drop in EU staff. Wanting to sign up.
Like I said, when all this started, we'll miss them when they're gone.
Yeah, and it's a 40% drop in UK uptake.
Wow, that's not good, considering that we are our health service. The envy of the world. Our health service is less replete than almost all of our competitor countries. I mean, we've got fewer beds.
There. What's replete mean?
Full. We got less beds, less nurses, fewer doctors, fewer consultants, and etc. and so on. With the result that you have to wait from now until the end of time to have anything that's just aggravating you or is ruining your life in any way to get treated.
Yeah, and of course it has a knock-on effect to all the staff and all the families involved with the staff. I mean, if you've got members of NHS staff having to do 70 hours a week, the family suffers as well.
Yeah.
Because they've got no time to do anything. Everybody's doing 2 jobs. It's absolutely exhausting.
Yeah.
But
apart from that,
yeah,
how's life? Yes. All right, Rob, I got to go. But thanks for the. Lynn says, "How do you keep an idiot in suspense?" I'll tell you tomorrow. But I want to know now, Lynn. You see me shiver with anticipation. Here's a call in Cambodia. Hello, Ian.
Good morning, Nick.
Ian.
Nice to speak to you.
And you too. Where are you? A couple of clicks up the Mekong River?
No, I'm Siem Reap, near the Angkor Wat Temple.
Ah, right. That must be a delight. What's the weather like at the moment?
Basically, it's the rainy season, but it stays about 30 degrees here all year round.
Well, thank you, but we don't wish to know that.
I thought you might not want to know that. But basically, the reason I phoned, I've been listening obviously a lot to what's going on in the good old UK, and particularly tonight you've been talking about a lot on the lockdown. Here in Siem Reap, we've not really had a lockdown. The gyms have closed and the schools did for a while, but they're now open again. But all the bars and restaurants have been able to remain open, and I'm 63. I don't worry going into town, into a restaurant or anything, and life, as I say, is pretty much as normal.
And so are the hospitals overrun?
No, No, there's been 228 cases. There's been no deaths. But what I would put that down to is obviously Cambodia, no deaths. Cambodia had a very unfortunate past, shall we say. So the median age here is very, very low. And also, obesity is very, very low.
Right.
So I think those things coupled together have made for this positive response. Because, to be honest, the hospitals here are not of a high standard. But with what you're saying about the NHS now, I'm not too sure I would rely on the NHS at the moment, to be honest.
Well, that seems...
Yeah, I suppose the main thing is here. There's not things you can really learn, I suppose. I suspect it's going to be different in Phnom Penh and Sihanoukville because they're busier places. But here our airport's been closed and remains closed. We don't have public transport, so to speak. Taxis are basically, it's a tuk-tuk, a large tuk-tuk, which is driver sits outside on his motorbike and you get pulled along in an open-air carriage.
Terrifying.
Most of the restaurants and bars don't have walls or windows. They're open to the elements.
Yes.
So life is just going on as normal. There's when I got trapped here, because I was meant to be back in the UK this year, I was a bit alarmed, but now I'm sort of glad I stayed.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm glad I'm still here.
Yeah.
It's absolutely crazy, the stories you hear.
Well, that's interesting to know. I'm going to write that down on my list. There is such a thing as normal life. It's just you've got to go to Cambodia to find it. All right, thanks a lot, Ian. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Woodside. David.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Just like to say, you are really refreshing in your honesty, where a lot of media people won't even touch some of the subjects you're talking about, you know?
Right, well then I would like to retract everything I've said. If I'm being brave, then please disregard everything I've ever said.
You know, you're not just speaking the whatever the propaganda spin.
Because I don't know anything. There is that.
No, because you're thinking a bit outside the box and using your brain a bit rather than just taking everything you're being spoon-fed.
Yeah, if you put your ear close to the radio, you'll be able to hear me thinking outside the box. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, regard to the science of it all and the Barrington-Levy convention they signed the other day, whatever it was, the Great Barrington thing.
Yeah.
The reason you've got a load of scientists over there saying one thing, you've got Oxford here and whoever you want, because there's not much science regarding this COVID. And they're basing a lot of it all on empirical stuff from previous flus and the coronaviruses. And
is that true? I think we're up to our eyeballs in science, aren't we?
No, because to me, when I was a kid, you would do a scientific test, I'd write it down, then you could perform the same scientific test and get the results. That's a scientific procedure, isn't it?
Yeah.
What we're getting here is they're not getting bits of COVID and then testing it on animals, which they probably would do in most scientific tests to say...
I think they are, aren't they? I think some people are doing exactly that. Poor little rats. What have they done?
Possibly, but then you'd have papers published. And then if that was the case, the world's science would all be following the same thing because it'd be scientific. It would be evidential. And the thing with science, you can't really vary. You can then interpret the science if you want to. But if you boil a water at 100 degrees, I can tell you scientifically, it will start to do this.
Well, I don't...
We can discuss
There's no evidence to suggest that that's actually true.
Well, it's like at a certain temperature, water will do this if you add this heat source to it.
Nonsense.
If you do it the other way, just in regard to the Nightingale hospitals,
yeah,
the reason why they weren't used and they're not used, 50 in a month, is they're only built to apparently deal with a COVID-19 issue, but the reason why they're not used is because they haven't got the other stuff that hospitals have.
Well, they haven't got the nurses. Well, you mean the nurses?
Yeah, they haven't got the nurses, and also they haven't got the rest of the equipment that's actually in a hospital.
Yeah, small detail. They weren't actually hospitals; they were just big tents.
Field hospital. It was another smoke and mirror thing. We built that. We wasted another couple of billion, as well as PPE and all that. Well, that was it, really.
Okay, well, that sounds like you said it. You came on to say a bunch, and you said all of it. Congratulations, well done, that man. Excellent work. 0345 6060 973. Text and emails. Have I read them all? I think I have. I'm very good at this job. Let's have somebody else. Not that one. Somebody else. Give me somebody else. Any one of the full board that's just not that one. Don't make me take that one. Not now. Go on. Stick somebody else up. Everyone's on hold. Come on, you haven't given me any text to read or people to talk to, apart from that one. Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Stop whining.
Here's Lewisham, after a decent enough wait. Barry.
Hi there. Hi, good morning.
Barry.
Hi there. You know what? I'm really angry because you're right about Sweden. Yeah, the Sweden thing. Right. We should have been doing the Sweden model all along. Right, locking down. Right, I had a brain tumor. Right, when I had my illness, I got a book about managing a health condition. Right? When you manage a health condition, it doesn't mean bury your head in the sand. Right, that's ignoring the health condition. You can't wish it away. Yeah, you can't.
But I thought it was going to go away like magic, like a miracle.
Exactly. This is the problem, right? Boris is not a details man, so he doesn't realise that there are details. Do you remember when Keir Starmer said to him, what's your roadmap out of lockdown?
Yeah.
That's what you said
What's
to him.
your strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Yeah, him nor Fat Donny. No strategy.
No, because the details are, right, okay, in order to get out of this, the lockdown was just a pause. Right, okay, let me think. Well, that's what you're supposed to do. Let me think.
Yes,
and then
you're supposed to use that period to actually make some difference to the future, rather than just and awe and stare out the window, and then you're back to where you were before.
In the beginning, right. And now what he's doing is he's blaming everybody else because he hasn't put the things in place to allow us to live a normal life.
Yeah.
We are people that live just normally. We have the right to live normally. What the government is supposed to do is enable normality. What he wants us to do is do his job for him.
Well, you know whose fault that is? You know whose fault that is? It's our fault for voting for him in the first place. You vote for a clown, you get a circus.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This is where we've been since the beginning, and I mean, we spoke about it at the beginning of lockdown. You know, this is a clown. He's clearly a clown. How much evidence do we need to just see? This is a clown. He doesn't know what he's doing. Someone's got to take control. Do you know what I mean? That's. Is there a vote of no confidence? Is there a mechanism? Is there anything we can do? What can we do before it's too late?
I don't know. Get Sooty on the phone. Maybe Sooty is available, and it can take over straight away. We should at least consider it. Either Sooty or Sweet, one of the two.
I love you. I respect you. There's nobody I respect more. You're going to do a fantastic job.
Thanks, Donny. You're the best. I just want to say I'm on a lot of drugs at the moment, a huge amount of drugs. Nobody ever took so many drugs as me, believe me. Nobody should pay any attention to anything I'm saying. I'm completely out of my mind. Speaking of which, as hospital admissions for coronavirus surged by 50% this week, of course, 2 is... no, wait. 2's not 50% more than 1. 2 is 100% more than 1. See? Mental arithmetic. Very good. 2 is 50% more than... I don't know. It's impossible to figure that out. Nobody can do it. Literally nobody can figure that out. It's impossible. So as hospital admissions for coronavirus surged by 50%, what's for 50% more than? Huh? See? You don't know that either. Just say I don't know. Smart Alec. He was reaching for his pen. He was going to work it out with a pencil. As hospital admissions for coronavirus surged by 50% a week in England, the government's deputy chief medical officer has... The deputy chief? Well, can we hear from the chief? We've got to hear the deputy. Did he ride in on a horse? The deputy chief medical officer has claimed that the UK is nearly back to where it was in March.
Oh, fabulous.
Are you kidding me? 6 months of lock-in. I had to walk around with my hair looking like that. And we're back to where we started. I am stunned. It's almost as though the people who are running this show have got no idea what they're doing. The government's deputy chief medical officer is a fellow called Jonathan Van Tam. I think we might be better off if the government's deputy chief medical officer was Jean-Claude Van Damme. Anyway, he told MPs that intensive care units in the northwest could be full within weeks, as the latest figures show that there are now 3,090 COVID-19 patients being treated in English hospitals. This is just 7 fewer than on March the 23rd, when the national lockdown was imposed. Yeah, the only difference between then and now is that the weather was fantastic back then. Now, rubbish. On Wednesday, my point being that if you've got a garden, I didn't mind being locked in at all. In fact, I actually loved it. I know you're not supposed to say that. Oh, it was awful. It was the worst time of my life. No, I really enjoyed it. Every day there was an excuse to do absolutely nothing at all. And doing nothing is my favourite thing to do. I love doing nothing. And every day it was like, oh, what are we doing today? Oh, yeah, nothing. What are we doing tomorrow? Nothing. God, it was marvellous. Anyway, back to this nightmare. The deputy told MPs that intensive care units in the northwest could be full within 3 weeks. Yeah, or they might not. There are now 3,090 COVID-19 patients being treated in English hospitals, which doesn't sound that many. This is just 7 fewer than on March the 23rd, when the national lockdown was imposed. And we went through all of that, now we're back to where we began. Yesterday, Britain recorded 13,864 cases and 87 deaths. 87 deaths is a big number, as long as you don't compare it to the total number of deaths of all causes, which was 9,634 in the week ending the end of September. You see, the news is just full of these numbers, but they're very rarely given in perspective. Too little bloomin' perspective. And now life could be about to get worse, because not deputy doctors, actual sheriffs, have warned that face masks could be made mandatory outdoors as well as indoors. Oh, no. Are you kidding me? And in workplaces too, where social distancing cannot be practiced, which is everywhere. Because it doesn't matter how many screens your workplace... Oh my God, I just coughed. Somebody better lock me down. Doesn't matter how many screens you screw to the desk. You're going to cross somebody's path at work, even if you bust a gut trying not to. I mean, you've got to share the kitchenette, you've got to share the stairs, you've got to share the toilet, and that's where you get fecal flora cloudburst.
Disgusting.
Yes, it is. Fecal flora cloudburst. Here's a suggestion.
Warning, warning.
Do not look that up on the internet. Trust me, you don't want to. It should be the name of a prog rock album, shouldn't it? Fecal flora cloudburst. New album by King Crimson. Or Yes, maybe.
Rock and roll!
Yes?
No.
The Medical Association suggests that those older than 60 years old, or who are obese, or who have other health conditions making them vulnerable to coronavirus, should be supplied with medical-grade masks in line with guidance from The Who. Oh, yeah? What do the Rolling Stones say? I'd like to hear what Keith Richards would advise, because absolutely nothing seems to be able to kill him. Dr. Chand Nagpal, with 4 A's. He is The Who's chairman and lead singer, and said the government's measures to suppress COVID-19 are not working. Well, you don't have to be an expert to figure that out. Not working, you say? And he called for further measures, including but not limited to a restriction of alcohol sales in England.
Booze.
Are you kidding me? That's all we got left. Well, we're not allowed to go out, and you're going to take our booze away from us? Are you insane? A restriction of alcohol sales in England and a tightening of the rule of 6 to limit the number of households with which you can have 6 with. So his response to the government's actions not working is to suggest more of the same. If at first you don't succeed by locking people down and closing bars and restaurants and gyms and galleries and stopping people from living their lives, do it more. That's the big idea. Oh, my God. He also warned the public's in danger of losing faith with existing restrictions. At risk of... Keep up, Doctor. They don't hand these doctorships out to just anybody, you know. He's an expert. He urged face masks to be worn outdoors, where people cannot keep 2 metres apart, including offices and other places. But offices aren't outdoors. This person doesn't know what he's talking about. Hang on, I'm going to cough. That's better. This entire area is going to have to get wiped down. Face masks, as you know, are already compulsory on public transport, railway stations, airports, shops, cafes, pubs, bars and restaurants before being seated, but not while you're actually seated. Because the virus knows not to infect anybody if you're sitting down. That makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
The BMA boss, the British Medical Association boss, told the Times newspaper it cannot be easy for the public to understand what will make a difference if they're told to wear a mask in one setting and then it's not required in another. It's clear that most workplaces were never designed for people to work 2 metres apart. The rules should be absolutely that where you are likely to interact with one another within 2 metres, you should wear a mask indoors. And now they're saying outdoors too. OK, well, I have a question. I've got a query. Please, sir, I've got my hand in the air. Would wearing a mask protect you from getting the flu?
Yes.
Yes, it does. It does. Absolutely does. Multiple studies have shown that it is true that wearing a mask would protect you from getting the flu. One study in 2013 looked at how masks could help people with the seasonal flu limit spreading it when they exhale droplets containing the virus. Overall, researchers found that masks led to a more than a 3-fold reduction in how much virus people sprayed into the air. Ew. Another study, analysing data from thousands of Japanese schoolchildren, found that vaccination and wearing a mask reduced the likelihood of developing seasonal influenza. OK. So wearing a mask helps to protect you from catching the flu. So why don't we? Why isn't it the law that people wear a mask all winter long to protect themselves and each other from catching the flu? Because on average, in this country, 17,000 people a year die from the flu. Do those 17,000 people not matter because it's the wrong kind of virus? Why do we stop the world for one type of virus, but not another? And if it's just a numbers thing, that it's not enough to warrant such a reaction, well, tell that to the 17,000 people who died. 17,000 people is not a small number. And it's every year. That's the entire capacity of Wembley Stadium dead from the flu every 5 years. And we don't even think about it. 170,000 people have died from the flu since the Tories came to power, and they've done not one single thing to prevent it. They didn't even make sure that we could all have flu jabs this year. You can't get one. They're rationing them to those that are already old and sick.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
That old sick bag is right. Does anything make sense anymore? Asking for someone...
Hang about, Nick. Listen. Now, what I'm trying to say to you is this, Nick, right?
Let's have a call in Chelmsford in Essex. Constance.
Oh, hello.
If that is indeed your name.
Yes, it is, of course. No, I just agree with you. I think everything I listened from your radio show, I think there should be another lockdown.
What? That's not agreeing with me. That's the opposite of agreeing with me.
Well, I'm opposing then. I don't want my son to not go to school.
Wait a minute. Which is it? Are you opposing me or agreeing with me?
I want there to be another lockdown.
Why?
Because of my situation. Because my parents are elderly.
Yeah.
And they helped me when I had a mortgage, look after my son.
Right.
They're still helping me after my divorce.
Yeah.
And
But what have they done for the rest of the country?
A lot. My dad's worked all his life.
Yeah, but why should the rest of the country shut down just to save your parents? Can't you protect your parents on your own without the rest of the country having to stay in for the next 6 months?
Because I've got depression and anxiety. I've got mental health issues. The point is...
So the whole country has to shut down because you have depression and anxiety?
Oh my goodness, a lot of the country has now got depression, trust me, because of this coronavirus.
Because of our reaction to the coronavirus, not the coronavirus, our reaction to the coronavirus.
It is, because...
It isn't.
Okay, it is.
Well, it isn't.
No, go on, no, it's fine. I love your show. I love LBC.
I love your show
No, it's
too.
Fine. I'm not going to oppose you because I do love LBC. I listen to you a lot.
Of course you do.
I do, and the point is, I find I think we should, because it's spreading again.
Yeah, but it didn't work last time. We went through 6 months of lockdown, and apparently we are back to where we were before those 6 months.
Worse
So
now.
it isn't worse. It isn't worse. It's the same.
It's not. It's worse than all the other countries in Europe.
If you're right, and it's worse than when it was before the lockdown, then why would we want to do that again?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
I can't say it again.
I didn't hear it because my son was in the background.
Well, I blame the parents.
What, myself? I'm a single mum.
Right, well...
And I had a mortgage of 21.
Right. Well, what's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with your son acting up now? You want to instill some discipline?
No, it's not self-discipline. He's got mild autism, and I'm a lone parent with him now.
Right.
My ex-husband left. The point is...
Yes.
I just think that there should be another lockdown.
I know you do, and you're wrong. How can we do what didn't work the first time again?
Well, I think it will help.
How will it help?
How will this getting young people to do the, spreading it?
Yeah.
How is that going to help more?
Well,
I don't understand.
Okay. Well, I can't do your...
herds.
I can't... The herds. Yeah, the herds.
The herding. I don't understand.
Herds of young people all milling about in fields.
I don't understand how that's going to...
do you get the internet where you live?
Yes, I do.
Well, look it up then.
I'm 34 years old.
34 years old?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The point is... You. I love your messages are so funny. No, it is. No, really.
Yeah, really.
And you're a great radio show host, but listen, I'm
just getting it all wrong. I understand.
I'm worried. No, you're not getting it all wrong. I'm
not
getting it right
with
you. No.
So I'm not getting it wrong, and I'm not getting it right.
We can agree to disagree.
Well, we could agree that I'm right and you're wrong. How does that sound?
No, I don't sound like that, because I don't want my parents to catch it.
Well, I don't want your parents to catch it, but that 65 million people don't have to stay indoors just to protect your parents. Can't they stay indoors themselves?
Yes, they should.
Bingo!
They bloody should stay indoors.
Yeah, okay. Blooming, I think, is what she meant there. I blame her parents. Get them on the phone right now. They have a lot of explaining to do. Can you believe that?
Disgusting.
Befouling the airwaves. I apologise profusely.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally screwed. I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Mind you, if this was television, it would be obligatory to be swearing. And that would be the most mild swear word that would be broadcast. Did you dump that, by the way?
Yeah, but
I don't think you did, no. I thought it was just so... It was relatively mild compared to what you get on TV. I mean, even on the 10 o'clock news, they're going, here's the bleeping news. Shut up. I haven't seen it in a good long while, but that's my recollection. Thanks a lot, Constance. Let's go with Scunthorpe. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, mate?
Good,
all
thanks.
Right. Look, mate, I was just sort of thinking, because we keep talking... I mean, it's not just tonight. I mean, every day you're hearing conversations, the masks. Do we wear them, don't we wear them? I was thinking, there was lots of conversations, wasn't there, some weeks ago about you wear a mask because it protects others.
Yeah.
There was scientists suggesting, or allegedly it came from scientists, that no, it doesn't protect you, but it protects. Now, I don't get this. I don't get this. Is the porosity or the porousness of a mask different breathing out than it is in? You know, I mean, do these enzymes or whatever, do they sort of recognise which way you're breathing in or out? It stands to reason. If you've got, I mean, I've got some experience working breathing apparatus, Nick. I mean, I was with the Merchant Navy as an advanced firefighter. I mean, be it all the BA kit, and in the Army with NBC and you know, respirators and all of that.
Respirators.
And, you know,
yes.
Trust me, mate. 6 weeks in a hole, having to wear that full time. You know, it puts these paper masks to shame. But listen, what I'm thinking is, do you get my point? What was all this single sort of attitude towards? Well, it protects others when you're wearing them, but it doesn't protect you. Well, that's rubbish.
Well, it isn't really. If you think about it, what you're asking for is something that will give you 100% protection from anything that anybody else has got. And that's not what these masks that people are wearing will do. But what they will do is they will cut down the droplets that are expelled at with great force. They will catch them. It won't catch all of it, but it will catch a significant amount. So it will protect other people if you wear one of these blooming masks.
No, I get that. I get that, Nick. What I'm saying is, okay. So my point is this. Maybe I'm sorry, I didn't explain it properly. So yes, it does protect. It catches those droplets, etc., and it prevents other people. Fine. But if somebody's walking past you and you're wearing a face mask and they sneeze.
Yeah.
Are we saying that the mask? Because this is what they were saying. The mask doesn't protect you. Well, it
will stop some of the droplets of their sneeze from hanging in the air. They will catch it, obviously. Just like somebody should put their hand in front of their face when they sneeze. Back in when life was normal. You can remember back when life was normal, can't you?
Do you know what? Scientists forget, but barely, yeah. I'm in the 50s, mate. But the point is, what I'm saying is, I just didn't quite get this point that a barrier is a barrier, and if it's mutually, it's not like there's like a non-return valve for the old, the enzymes that are splashing about. A barrier is a barrier, and it just means to me, folks, it's just common sense. A lockdown will ruin.
There's nothing common. There's nothing common about it.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, it's all ripped up in sort of... And these people who are then suggesting that you wear a face mask, it's a deprivation of my rights or my human rights. I mean, come on. Just get it, man. I wish I'd have said that when I was in the middle of Northern Ireland and in the middle of some of the situations I've been. Hang on a minute, I won't wear my respirator.
It depends how long we have to do it. If we still have to wear a mask indoors and outdoors in 10 years' time, will you still be so... casual about it? No.
Well, I think, well, you say that, but then again, if we're having to wear it in 10 years' time, mate, I think that'll be the least of our problems, don't you? If this is carrying on the way it is, we're going to have to be thinking, well, is it a way of, is there an alternative? It's, by then, hopefully, they'll come up with some way. But anyway, look, good talking to you, Nick.
Okay, thanks a lot, mate. 0345. Keep breathing. Well, you can breathe out, just don't breathe in. That's my best advice to you. No breathing in, only breathing out. B texts, just the letter B texts, Nick, lots of local lockdowns equals a national lockdown in all but name. The Northern mayors are right to ask Boris Hancock & Co. for data used in lockdown decisions. Data? There's no data. They're just making this stuff up off the top of their heads. Are you joking? So they're going to get sued now, apparently. This is the front page of the Super Soaraway Telegraph, or at least it is online. Northern leaders have said they cannot accept the financial package offered by the government that will pay 2/3 of the wages of workers at businesses forced to close by local lockdown measures and may launch a legal challenge. Speaking at a press conference this afternoon, Andy Burnham, the mayor of Greater Manchester, said that the current financial package would surrender our residents to hardship and our businesses to potential failure or collapse, and we're not prepared to do that. Well, you might have no choice, mate. Mr. Burnham added that the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, had told local leaders that the package was final and non-negotiable. But the mayor said that the package suggested that hospitality workers were second-class citizens, given that national furlough was much higher at 80%. The truth of it is we can't continue to dole money out like this, can we? I mean, we haven't got the money now. We didn't have the money then. After 10 years of austerity, this country was in twice the amount of debt it was at the beginning of those 10 years of austerity. And that was to correct a recession from 2007 that I think was a 4% hit on the economy. And what have we got now? It's something like a 20%? We're going to be back in the Stone Age at this rate. The leaders have written to MPs that represent areas in the north of England, asking them to back their message and support their constituents and bring a vote on the package to Parliament. If that political challenge fails, Mr Burnham said he would not rule out a legal challenge against a new financial package. And then Boris Johnson will start talking about activist lawyers, and the tabloids will print pictures of judges on the front page. Enemy of the people. No! Just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that's what this government will do. It's like they're being instructed by the same people. Curious, no?
No.
This text says, I do back a pay increase for MPs. How can footballers be paid more than the PM? It's not much, really. Back under your bridge, troll. You're not going to get a rise out of me. Paid, by the way, spelled P-A-Y-E-D. Close, no cigar. And Einstein in Vienna texts, 4 is 50% more than 2 2/3. Einstein in Vienna. Well, that's, you can stick your Dutch maths. They don't make no sense to me. It's all double Dutch to me. Vienna, wherever that is. This one says, Nick, you said you lost a sound effect yesterday. Was it because your producer stores them on an Excel spreadsheet? Stores them on an Excel spreadsheet. No, we couldn't afford it. What do they run to now? About 100 billion? Something like that. It's about 100 billion pounds. God, the amount of money that is flowing out from us to a lot of companies that are curiously also appear to have the same names as those that donate to the Conservative Party is just amazing. Is anybody actually investigating this?
No.
No, I don't think anybody is. I mean, the Labour Party have got a blooming lawyer as their leader. Shouldn't he be on the case? Too busy styling his hair. I mean, the amount of stuff that goes in his hair.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
This warning.
I noticed this last night when I was driving home. There's a lot of changes going on the roads. Now, you might have noticed that they're putting a lot of cycle lanes in, for the bicyclists or people who are bicyclists or people who are... Oh, I can't finish that sentence. Or bi-curious cycle... Yeah, something like that. Bicyclists or bi-curious cyclists. You can make up your own joke. I can't. It's beyond me. Yeah, so there's that. And then there was the... and they're thinking about taking them out again now. God, the amount of money they're just chucking away. It's like they're made of money. They might as well set fire to the cash that they've got of ours. So they put all these cycle lanes in, and now they're thinking, hey, maybe it's not a good idea because traffic isn't going anywhere. So we'll take them all back out again. You're welcome. And they also put all of these planters in local residential roads to stop people driving down them. Because, why would you want to drive down a road? And then, because people were freaking out about that, they decided to take them out as well. And now, also under cover of lockdowns and everything else that is going on, so people can't whinge and whine and complain.
Stop whining.
They are they're changing the rules on bus lanes. It used to be news. What's that?
We haven't done the news.
Oh my God, really? Oh dear. You're kidding. So that is actually your fault because you're supposed to be in charge.
Sorry, it's my fault.
You idiot. Anyway, as I was saying, yes, bus lanes.
Warning.
I noticed this last night, and they've changed the rules on bus lanes. Like a lot of bus lanes around between here and where I go. I'll give you the address later. Get a pen. It used to be that a bus lane would be only for a couple of hours a day, and people didn't, ordinarily drivers don't realise this, and so I used to sail past huge queues of traffic feeling oh so superior. Because nobody reads the sign, because the sign normally says this is a bus lane, but only between like 8 and 10 in the morning, and between 4 and 7 in the evening. After that, and before it, and in the middle of it, you can drive down it any time you blooming well like. But not no more. As well as putting in cameras to catch you, they have now replaced those signs with one saying this is a bus lane at all times. Now, why would they do that? And some of the bus lanes, they're like 10 yards long. I mean, literally 10 yards long. There'll be a stretch of, like a high street with a bus lane, and then it will come to an end to go through a chicane of some sort, and then there'll be another little strip, which is very difficult to get yourself out of, because you've got to merge with traffic that is behind you. People start leaning on their horns and flashing their lights and going purple-faced berserk at you because you just changed lanes. But you cannot stray into those bus lanes anymore, even if they're just, like I said, 10 yards long. Because there's a sign at the beginning that says, bus lane at any time. And then there's a camera sign. So it seems like they've come up with a wizard way to extract more cash. Can you believe it? Now, why would they want to do that? I mean, I go home at 1 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody else on the road. Why can't I drive in the blooming bus lane at 1 o'clock in the morning, as I have done for years and years and years? I mean, just muscle memory is going to make me drive down that road, and I'm going to get fined. There's nothing else on the road at 1 o'clock in the morning. Why have you got a camera pointing at a bus lane just to catch people out? And besides, there's no one on buses anymore. Even if it was the blooming rush hour, they're empty. I've seen bus after bus after bus sail by me. Hundreds of them over the past few months. The only person that's on them is a blooming driver. And they have to, and they get priority. While at the same time asking us not to travel on public transport. So they're making it more difficult to travel by car. And, by the way, please don't travel on public transport unless it's absolutely necessary. Does any of this make sense?
No.
I didn't think so. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Grantham. Peter.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I can't actually remember why I was trying to phone in the first place, but it's something to do with masks, I think.
Maths?
Masks.
Maths.
Yeah, masks.
Maths.
Yeah.
What are 6/8?
Well, they're stupid.
6/8 are stupid. That is correct.
Masks are stupid.
Maths is stupid.
I mean, there's probably a certain amount of evidence to support the fact that they prevent the spread, but they don't stop you getting it.
Yeah,
now,
that's right.
But
if everybody wore them, then everyone would prevent the spread. Which would stop you getting it.
But no, because the reason being, I used to work for the local water authority on the sewerage.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that sort of job is very, very hazardous. So I used to have to wear gloves, PPE. We used to have to descend into wells of poo and all that sort of business.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you obviously have to look after the fact that you don't touch anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, ever.
So there was early on in the sort of COVID thing, there was this thing about you don't have to wear gloves. No, they don't do anything. No. That was probably just to protect the supply of gloves to the NHS, like masks.
I mean, it seems like another lifetime ago, but I used to do this show when we were at the peak of lockdown. I was wearing marigolds for 3 hours. Have you any idea how hot they get? Sweat dripping out. It was just awful.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But my personal view is that don't touch anything that anybody else has touched.
Well, how can you do that?
Well, basically by wearing rubber gloves.
In real life?
In real life.
No. How could you do that?
I am now, yes. And I shall continue to do so for the simple reason that normally you'd get, in the course of a year, I'd probably get a cold, or I'd probably get a sniffle or two.
Yeah.
I haven't this year, since this thing
Well, it's
broke
only
out.
October.
Yeah, I know, but I'm wearing gloves, and it's sorted me out.
Right.
I've got this ritual where I wear these gloves, and I know how to put them on, and I know how to take them off.
What, gloves?
Eh? Yeah,
Gloves.
taking gloves off.
You know how to put them on and take them off? What, do they come with instructions?
But the point is, you take them off by rolling them off into a little ball.
Yeah.
So that you're not actually touching any part of your skin.
Of course.
So that, because when you think about it...
I'm not stupid.
Yeah, but when you think about it... I know you're not stupid. But when you think about it, people put masks on...
Yeah.
They might have the disease, but they put the mask on, they go in the supermarket, they've already touched the faces, they've touched the plastic packaging, like the lettuce bags or whatever. And I saw one guy the other day, he was rummaging through the coleslaw, trying to find out which was the latest date.
Rummaging through the coleslaw? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's rummaging through the coleslaw. Every piece of plastic packaging, he was rummaging through the coleslaw.
Yes.
Now, he might have possibly had it, and
just spreading
if it was,
all
it'd
over
have
the
been on
coleslaw.
his hands.
Yeah. Right.
Then he'd have been putting it onto all that plastic packaging. Now, supposedly, the scientific advice is that 3 days virus can live on plastic packaging.
Well, they don't know that.
So that's what they say.
I hear it's 3 days or 1 day or 7 hours or I've got no idea. It doesn't make any difference. I wash everything that comes in the house anyway. Even things that come in a paper bag I wash. How stupid is that?
No, the point is, once you've actually not touched any of that packaging, then you can put it into quarantine.
Oh, please. I'm so over all. Oh, come off it, mate. I mean, what kind of gloves are you wearing?
The latex ones.
Well, you going to wear those forever?
I think I probably will, actually.
It's okay, then we'll always know who you are.
No, yeah,
We'll always be able to give you
depending which of the cheapest on eBay, whether the pink or the purple.
Yeah, okay, you're walking around like the Queen.
No, but the point is, it's just all about, I visualise everything as covered in
disease.
poo.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, that's just because that's because of the job you do.
Eh?
Get Bob Dylan on the phone. He's going to have to rewrite "Tangled Up in Blue" to "Tangled Up in." Never mind. All right. Thanks a lot, Peter. If you want to live your life that way, then you just go ahead. Go on with your bad self. He's going to wear gloves for the rest of his life. Going to put all of his food in quarantine. This is getting ridiculous. Meanwhile, in Sweden, there was quite a few reports about life in Sweden, and oh god, it just sounds so nice. This came out in the Super Soaraway Telegraph in their travel section. A bloke called Oliver Smith. I won't read the whole thing, but this is just a taste of it. As has been well documented, Sweden did not follow the crowd with its COVID strategy. It didn't order businesses to close and its people to stay at home. It didn't ban socialising or mandate the wearing of face coverings. It didn't tell its police force to break up family picnics or disperse beachgoers. It simply informed its residents of the facts and left them free to make their own risk-based decisions. How wonderful. It seems so obvious an assertion that I feel ludicrous writing it, says Oliver Smith, but the sight of many masked faces is at best unconducive to a relaxing and carefree weekend. At worst, it's utterly terrifying and dystopian. Humans are social animals, and interacting with others is essential for our well-being. I want to see the faces and the smiles of the people I encounter. I'd like to think that they also want to see mine, especially when worn outside, where the chances of contracting this virus are all but zero. Masks seem to serve no purpose than to remind us that there is a pandemic. In short, they really spoil the holiday vibe. So he went to Sweden on holiday. He says Sweden's one of the few countries that hasn't signed up to the cult of the mask. Its top epidemiologist, Anders Tegnell, maintains that there is no strong evidence to support their use in the community, something the World Health Organization also told us for months until political lobbying convinced it to change its tune. And they're not mandatory anywhere in Sweden except airports. Subsequently, almost nobody wears them, even on the metro and in crowded shops. I saw a few masked tourists queuing outside Stockholm's National Museum and a couple at the railway station, but that was it. Also, none of those other irritating virus reminders, no patronising government awareness posters, no cordoned-off beaches, no restaurant tables separated by screens, no discarded masks in the gutter. If only for a weekend I barely thought of the pandemic, it was bliss. The dream ended abruptly on Monday morning with an early train to Gothenburg and a flight back to Heathrow. But if this worldwide hysteria goes on for much longer, I'm sure I'll be back. Sweden now offers the chance to do something really truly special. Travel back in time. For anyone else missing the world before COVID, go while you still can. God, doesn't that sound marvellous?
Groovy.
And we're about to be told, if the reports are correct, that we're going to have to wear a mask not just indoors, but outdoors too. You know, until a virus is found, which might be
Oh, hello.
He cracks me up.
Oh, hello.
I think that guy was on the last podcast that I did, the Nick Abbott Habit. I think he's on it. It's either the last one I did or the one before. I was taking the mickey out of a certain individual whose name I will not mention.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
It's somebody that used to be lurking around these parts. And I was taking the mickey out of you-know-who.
I'm a nutcase.
And this bloke called in, he was very upset. And he started by saying...
Oh, hello.
And it went downhill rapidly from there. I put together clips of old shows. It's called the Nick Abbott Habit. And these are old shows before anybody had even heard of Coronavirus 1. Never mind about Coronavirus 19. Oh, bliss. And we were just, we had other things to complain about.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, boatloads. Anyway, you'll find that where you get good podcasts. Try Global Player, download it from your favourite app store and it's on there. The Nick Abbott Habit. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. Let's have a call in Golders Green. Daniel.
Hi, Nick.
Daniel.
Hi, don't get me started on these bus lanes, please.
Okay, then.
No, Nick, I've been campaigning somewhat successfully, I might add, against TfL or TF Hell as I've renamed them, because this issue, turning the bus lanes 24 hours a day, 367 days a year.
Yeah.
This is the latest onslaught against us, the poor motorist. Basically, TfL, Transport for London, have been trying to drive us off the roads, basically, for the last 5 or 6 years by squeezing us in every way, Nick. They've been closing roads off, introducing cycle superhighways, narrowing roads, and this thing with the bus lane, it's madness. The buses are empty.
They are.
They are, aren't they?
There's nobody on them. Because I live on an actual bus route, so I see them go by all the time, and there's no one ever on them.
Me too, Nick. Yesterday, Friday, I was on the Finchley Road, main arterial road coming down from the M1 Brent Cross shopping centre all the way into central London. I must have seen 20 buses empty, completely empty. The whole thing is, it's maddening, because what then happens is Transport for London and the mayor, and don't get me started on him, but because Nick, I've got to say, he's guilty in my eyes of murdering your poor car.
Yes,
he killed your car, didn't he?
Exactly. What's the penalty for that?
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is, what they're saying is, we want cleaner air in London.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, how do you do that? By forcing all of the cars into one single lane
where they just stand still for 3 hours, belching their fumes into the environment.
Correct. You now have tailbacks, probably where you live, so you used to be able to breathe nice clean air. You're now looking at hundreds of cars idling in congestion that Transport for London have created by turning the bus lanes 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
It is so mad, Nick. It's just, it makes me so angry what they're doing.
I'm
to the roads.
conflicted about this, though, because on the one hand, I do think that it would be better if everybody used more public transport. But at the moment, of course, we're pulling ourselves in the opposite direction because we can't cram together on public transport because of this blooming invisible menace. So it's a weird place at the moment. I mean, I think that London would be better if there was fewer traffic entirely, and the only way to do that is for more people to use public transport. But at the moment, as you know, hardly anybody is using public transport. I mean, you go. I mean, the last time I went on a tube in the rush hour, it was like Sunday night at 9 o'clock. There was just nobody on there. Same with buses. They're always empty. And so this thing where they've now, it seems like very surreptitiously changed bus lanes to all day, 24 hours, and then install cameras to catch you out. That just seems like a way to make money to me. It seems quite a naked grab at the purse of the driver to me. Quite suspicious.
Well, that's it. Well, they are. They're desperate to raise money, and they're using us as a cash cow. But doesn't this, Nick? It's funny. Do you not think that this whole thing about what's happened with the public transport versus cars, isn't it typical of the incompetence of any form of government? So the government come out and say we encourage you to use safe forms of transport, use your car, and then they impose penalties and make it impossible for us to use our car. They say don't go on public transport. Do you remember Boris and Matt Hancock said avoid using public transport in rush hours, and then we say okay, fine, we want to be safe on our own, self-isolating in our car without public transport, and then they make it impossible for us to drive. Then they penalise us for doing that. It's right.
Yes. Well, they're being pulled in two different directions. It is a weird time. Now, I get the move to bikes and all the rest of it, and I support that ordinarily. But at the moment, London is not Amsterdam. Amsterdam is a very small place. You can walk from one end of Amsterdam to the next in about 20 minutes. London, on the other hand, you can drive for 20 miles and still be in what's described as London. So you can't bike that far. You have to be living fairly near to where you work to be able to cycle from home to work. Most other people have to either take the tube, they don't want to do that right now for understandable reasons, or they take the bus, ditto, or drive a car. And they just seem to be making it seems to be the wrong time to be bringing all of these measures in that make it more difficult to drive in. Just pause for a while. Let's get back to some sort of normality, and then we can restart the move to try to rid London of much of its traffic. But not now. This seems to be the wrong time to be doing it, but they're pressing ahead anyway.
Well, they are, but also it's so cynical, Nick, because a lot of people, many of your listeners as well, will have picked up on this, that they've cynically used COVID, and you see all these signs by the side of the road, pavement widened for social distancing, road closed. It's making me so angry, Nick, that they've done it under they've cynically exploited a serious pandemic to do all these things, and it's like they're saying, oh, you must get on your bicycle and walk. Well, sorry, Nick, if you're going out with your friend for dinner, are you going to cycle 17 miles into central London on a freezing cold, rainy November night?
No, of course not. No, and neither can you go to the shops on a bike, because where are you going to put your stuff?
Well, exactly. This is the madness of it. Like, Nick, it's mind-blowing what they're doing.
The other thing, which seems utterly asinine, is to charge ahead with all these projects, like I was describing before, by introducing bike lanes on roads that only have two lanes, one going in each direction anyway. So you're squeezing traffic together, which doesn't seem like the smartest idea. And these planters that they're putting in residential areas to stop people driving down them. But weeks later, having spent God knows how much on these measures, because those things don't come cheap, there's tens of thousands of pounds. Every time somebody leans on a shovel, it costs us 10 grand. And now they're taking them all back out again because people were saying it doesn't work. Oh.
Well, they've just done it. They've just done it in Camden just this week. My friend, a very good friend of mine, lives in Camden, and they've just done it. And he now has to drive 20 minutes round on all the way around Camden High Street and round the one-way system to get to his house. He could have just literally driven across one street. So I said to him, but I don't understand the amount of the carbon footprint and the extra pollution in terms of the amount he has to drive now. It's counterintuitive. It's just you're looking for sense, and when none exists. Yeah, it's ideological. It's all about the logic. There isn't any. I'm super. Thanks for asking. So what was Will's talking about? He wants to protect the environment. He's the fellow that lives in houses, cottages, estates, lodges, palaces, manors and castles, isn't he? Yeah, tell us more about cutting back. I heard that one member of the royal family turned a light bulb out once, so, there's that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lou in Suffolk says, Nick, could we furlough MPs? Would we notice the difference? Yeah, it would be a lot cheaper. We could save a third of their wages. Oh, my God. Have you heard the latest? I'll get to that in a minute. Unbearable. Here's a call in beautiful downtown Bournemouth. Nigel.
Hi, Nick.
Nigel.
Love the show.
Thanks.
I've got a great idea about all this nonsense that's going on in London with fines for doing just about everything.
Yes.
If everybody, and I mean everybody, who gets a ticket or one of those nice pictures they send you of your car.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yeah, there you are in the front seat, picking your nose.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
If everybody who gets one appeals, which you're entitled to do, the whole system would collapse within a week.
Would it?
Yeah.
But what if you appeal and then they throw out your appeal? Then you have to give them twice as much.
But your appeal is going to be several thousand back in the queue.
Right.
And of course, if everybody does it tomorrow as well, and the next day, and the next day, just imagine the size of the post bag that TfL are going to get.
Right. Think of the poor postie.
Well, exactly. Well, actually, no, it's not TfL, is it? It's somebody in Coventry. But just imagine it. I mean, it would just build up day on day.
Right.
And everybody's entitled to do that.
Well, that sounds like insurrection.
No. You're just, on the back of the ticket, it tells you how to appeal.
Right.
They even give you an address.
Are you appealing?
Nobody's told me that for years.
Yeah, you and me both.
I'm sorry, just a quick one.
Yeah.
A great idea about gloves.
What's that?
And this business of, like our friend was saying earlier about not touching anything in the supermarket and wearing his gloves and all the rest of it. Well, when he gets home, so that he doesn't have to quarantine his food, he could wear his gloves. And then the logical thing with gloves is to then wash your hands with soap and water whilst wearing your gloves.
Yeah, I do that always.
Right.
Not soap and water, squeezy. Kitchen squeeze.
Because you're going to actually get your hands a lot cleaner, because you're not going to have. You're going to get into all the little. You won't have to get into all the little wrinkles,
nooks and crannies,
and your fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean, a smooth glove will wash very easily.
Right.
Won't it?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with anything?
Well, you can carry on wearing your gloves then.
Well, I don't want to wear gloves. I don't want to wear gloves, and I don't want to wear a mask, and I don't want to. I don't want to do any of this anymore.
What would be fun would be to go into the supermarket wearing some oven mitts. No?
Right. Well, that's a pretty good image. That
it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'll try that. But only oven mitts. That's the only thing I'll be wearing, completely naked, apart from oven mitts.
Oh my God! Have you got a name of a good counsellor? I think I'm going to need it.
No, I don't. But I can give you the address of the supermarket I'll be in and the time that I'll be appearing. Write it down in your diary. Thanks a lot, Nigel. 0345 6060 973. Steve texts, Nick, put your mind at rest about flu jabs. There will be no flu this year. As you said, masks definitely protect you from flu more than COVID, and we're all wearing masks for the first time ever. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there was less of it, but there's still people getting rhinovirus, or whatever it's called. something up there, Hooters. That's still happening. It's bound to. Of course it will. I can't believe that this year of all years, when they're actually telling us that if you catch the flu and this disease at the same time, then it'll be really, 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 really serious. And, oh, by the way, we haven't got any flu jabs. Yeah, sorry about that. If only we'd known that winter was coming around, but it's taken us completely by surprise. God. It's just amazing. Well, it isn't amazing. It's entirely predictable. Vote for a clown, get a circus.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
We voted for a Good Time Charlie. And are affecting surprise at his inability to, actually do a proper job. He's the funny bloke off the telly. That's who we voted for. So shame on us. This text says, stupid lockdowns, business ending, massive unemployment, transition ending in January. What transition? You're transitioning in January? Should I be getting you a card? This says, one trade deal with Japan. Oh, transition. Oh, from the ew. Boo! Yeah, the e-boo. Business ending, massive unemployment, transition ending in January, one trade deal with Japan. This country is doomed and MPs are getting a pay rise. It's a scandal. You people really do want me to talk about that pay rise, don't you? Well, I've got detailed files. Just leave it with me. I'll work my way up to it. First of all, here's a call in Leicester. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Nick. Great show as usual.
Thanks.
Several things, but the thing that made me ring in was a few minutes or so ago when you were talking about cyclists, the dreaded cyclist.
Yeah.
And saying, how do you do your shopping? Obviously, you have not really been in that position.
No.
I've been doing the shopping for the family of 4, 2 daughters now in the 30s for about, several decades, using a bike.
What?
Big supermarket shops.
How'd you do that?
Any self-respecting cyclist, which I assume you're not, would have panniers.
Panniers?
And if you're really keen, as I suppose you could say I am, then you have a trailer. And in my particular case, I've got a very special trailer which I made myself because it folds and goes on the bike so that I'm not towing it empty. And then when I see targets of opportunity, because I also go skip diving, bin diving, and I just open out the trailer and I can carry up to 50 kilos on that thing.
Just caught it. Oh, well, never mind. So, he was very upset with this whole, whatever it was that he was upset with. And he just forgot where he was for a moment. And I had to correct him. But, So he's got a trailer that he drags behind his bike. That doesn't seem like that would be good for road safety to me. Because people would see you at the corner of their eye that you're on a bike, but they wouldn't assume that you're dragging a trailer behind you. And so they might cut in, thereby taking out your trailer thing. That's just my initial thought. I have other thoughts, including I don't want to ride a bike in the winter when it's raining and it's cold. Who does? Nobody. That's who. It's just not the kind of place that can completely be taken over by bikes. This is not Amsterdam.
Want to score some pot?
No, I don't. I mean, no thank you. Good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
It's not Amsterdam. London's a massive place. Where was he calling from? Leicester. Okay, well, Leicester might be more cyclable. I've got no idea if it goes... I think it's flattish, isn't it, Leicester? Well, good luck to you, mate. But most people, they don't want to drag a trailer behind their blooming bicycles. We want cars. Cars have been perfected over 100 or more years. God, I saw a Jensen Interceptor just coming here today.
Movie.
Wow, it looked fantastic.
Yowza.
Jensen Interceptor, it was just parked there. Gleaming it was on the side of the road. An absolute vision of perfection. In navy. Oh. It just, I had to stop and just stare at it for a while, which made the person behind me go berserk. But I couldn't help myself. You don't see many of those. A Jensen Interceptor. Actually, the other day I saw the most amazing old American car. I think it's it was like there's an old Cadillac. The fins, it was one with the fins. It was the Peak fin, and it's got a massive pair of fins on the back of it with two red lights either side of the fin. I think it's a 59 Caddy or something like that. I took pictures of it. It was in hot to go pink. It was just the most amazing car. It would drop jaws if you saw that rolling down your high street. It's the kind of thing that Bruce Springsteen would write songs about. In fact, he did.
Rock and roll!
That's exactly what he wrote a song about. Pink Cadillac. I'm telling you, if that's not the best-looking car in the country, then I don't know what is. And it was about as long as, a train. It was enormous. And I would imagine it does about, 1 to the gallon? Something like that. You'd have to own your own petrol station to drive around a thing like that. It was stunning. I took a picture of it. Maybe I should stick it up the internet. Except it's got the bloke's house in the background. I didn't know. It wasn't a friend of mine. I just happened to be, wandering along, and there it was. And you don't get that when you see a bicycle by the side of the road, do you? I just tweeted a picture of that car. It is incredible. There cannot possibly be a better-looking car on the roads in Britain than the pink Cadillac that I just tweeted. Look it up on the World Wide Web. I double dare you. Of course, the royal blue Jensen Interceptor is more quietly sophisticated, but nothing comes close to that pink Cadillac that I just put up the internet. Trust me when I tell you. Or just take a peek and thank me later. No, wait. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Lisa says, on a night like this. Excuse me, Nick, but I'm on the roads at 1 a.m. in the morning. 1 a.m. in the morning after finishing work driving my tube train. Well, so am I, Lisa. I mean, not after driving my tube train, but I'm on the roads at 1 a.m. in the morning too. Are you saying that you're on the roads in a bus? Because if that is correct, Lisa, then you're the only one, apart from the bloke who's, or the woman, sexist, who is driving the bus. Why does an empty bus get priority over a road that is otherwise clogged with traffic? Let's have a call in York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Great. Have you lost your track and trace clip? You haven't played it lately, have you?
Have I lost it?
Contact testing, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
No, but the government has lost it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've rung up about their pay. How on earth can they think it's okay to have a pay increase at a time like this?
It's amazing.
I know.
They think that they can. Because they're worth it. I imagine that they assume that they're worth it. The other thing about MPs is they're always surrounded by people who are richer than they are. You know, they are asking for donations, and the donor class has got boatloads of money. And so they are often the poorest, and in inverted commas, the poorest people in the room. So they don't think that they're earning very much.
Exactly. I mean, they had a pay rise early this year, didn't they, I think?
Well, they had a fillip in order to work at home, which you'd think would make it cheaper, but they gave themselves an extra 10 grand or something like that in order to work at home. I don't know what they spent it on.
No.
Comics and sweets.
Can't they manage on their 80,000?
You would think.
And all the perks they get.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, they also get I think it's over £100,000 a year just to employ people that they are often related to.
Yeah,
Isn't that curious?
Yeah, it is.
Over the course of 10 years, they're north of £1 million just in expenses.
Makes you sick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And another thing, why do they have so many holidays?
There's even school children. I was going to say teachers, but I knew that I'd get shouted at. Even school children don't get as many holidays as MPs. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, they all seem to be off at the same time, the schools, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it.
Because they can, is how they do it.
That must be right, yeah.
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 I mean, if everybody else could award themselves pay rises, and I mean, I know they don't technically do that, but really...
They could say no, couldn't they? Say no, we don't want one.
Yeah, and do we expect them to do that?
No.
No,
really.
They'll not say no. No.
Can I just say something else?
Yes.
You once said that you wondered what had happened to all the British comedy shows. There weren't any good ones, didn't you?
Right.
Have you ever seen Car Share?
Car Share? No. What's that?
You know Peter Kay?
Yes.
It's him.
Oh, yeah.
And all it is he's driving to work with one of his colleagues.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a chit-chat between them, as they go. I think it's really good. The funny thing is, I used to hate Peter Kay. But when I saw this Car Share, I quite liked him now.
Right.
Yeah. So if you get a chance, give it a go.
I most certainly will do nothing of the sort, Jan.
I thought you'd say that.
All right. In a moment of idleness, I'll check it out.
Yeah, do.
All right. Thanks for the swerve.
Like it.
I might like it. Yeah. All right. And if not, then you'll be hearing from my solicitor.
Oh, heck.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jan. 0345 6060 973. So, did it work? Did my picture get stuck up the internet? Because I don't do Twitter on my phone. But I thought I might as well give it a go because I've been yakking on about it. There cannot be a better looking... Huh? It's there.
Yeah, it's online.
There. It works. I can do Twitter. Is there a better looking car than that in Britain at the moment? I mean, that car has got Charisma coming out of its sockets. Every single car on the roads that was built in the last, let's say, 30 years has got zero Charisma. Ain't got none at all. They're so dull.
Boring.
Car design these days is just so boring. Old cars, that's where it's at, except that you can't really drive an old car because of, the environment. John in Putney says, wearing gloves is okay if they're changed every single time that you leave a shop, get on or off a bus, touch something, etc., etc. If you can't do that, carry sanitizer and use that at regular intervals. That has come from at least 5 medical professionals that I've spoken to since the pandemic started. Gloves do not stop cross-contamination unless they are changed between each different action. God, hasn't this gone on? Hasn't this gone too far? I mean, just take a pause and look at where we're at. Hasn't the world gone completely insane, particularly locally? Meanwhile, in Sweden... 0345 6060 973. Greenwich, hello, Monica.
Oh, hi there, Nick.
Hi there.
Yeah, sorry. Nick, you're the best. I'm just going to say that. I really like you.
Oh,
anyway.
thanks.
Yeah, so I just want to talk about this TFL thing with the planters and the cameras.
Yeah.
I'm like around between Greenwich, Lewisham and Hammersmith, and they are...
Wow, you're all over the shop. Greenwich, Lewisham and Hammersmith.
Yeah,
what,
because
are you on the run?
No, I'm on the road. No, I'm a building surveyor, right? So I drive around from property to property.
Right.
And like in Lewisham, they think they're clever. They've put a planter there, but they've left the road open. But then they put a camera at the top. So if you go through, they get money because you know what I mean?
Right.
They're really clever, right? And they've completely. It's just. I'm so infuriated. I considered getting a bike, but then I thought to myself, hang on a moment, where am I going to put it?
Yes.
I'm not bringing a dirty bike into my house.
And it
right?
doesn't matter where you put it, it won't be there when you come back.
Exactly, and as you say, this is not Amsterdam. Like, Amsterdam is set up. They've got bikes, like, stations everywhere.
And it's small, and it's flat, yes.
It's flat as well. We're like, around here, like Greenwich, it's hilly. You'd have to invest thousands in a bike that's electric to get you up the hill,
Right.
And it's just unacceptable. And like, plus, like, it's taken us ages to get to properties, our contractors. It's basically affecting the economy because people can't get to places, deliveries, us,
well, they can't get to shop. They can't go to the high street and do their shopping. If you make it difficult for people to park and to drive anywhere, then you are going to significantly affect the amount of money that shops make, and they can't afford to lose any more money.
Exactly. So, this whole silly stuff about it's really affecting the economy, and if you go and speak to Steve Khan about it, he blames some other organisation called, I don't know what they're called, L or something, and he'll say, it's not TfL that's made the decision, it's somebody else. You go to them and they'll say, no, it's Khan. It's sneaky, devious. They didn't do no consultations, they just did it overnight under the guise of coronavirus.
But I am torn because I do think that London needs to have less traffic in it, and that it would be better if more people use public transport. But at the moment, we're in a weird place where it would be good if people use public transport, but we don't want anybody to use public transport. So all of the things that they're doing, I agree with, apart from them happening now.
I feel like it should be like slowly, catchy monkey. They should have done slow steps. Put the infrastructure in first, okay, and then introduced it slowly. I mean, you don't even have those Boris bikes, whatever they call them now, Santander bikes, south of the river.
Don't you?
No, they haven't got any. It's got like you can get, if you see someone getting a Boris bike around Greenwich or Lewisham, they've took it from the other side of the Rotherhithe Tunnel and just broke it.
Well, apparently news is coming in. They do. Explain.
Where?
Hang on.
Well, I used to live in Battersea, and they have some there.
Right. Okay.
Oh no, I'm talking like southeast London because Battersea's SW, isn't it?
Yeah, Battersea is practically North London. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm talking like Peckham, Greenwich, Deptford,
South London. Yeah,
London.
Battersea's not South London. Battersea's Chelsea. Pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Fulham and all that. It's near there. They have them there, but they don't have them.
Yeah. See, you're trying to impress us with your working class credentials. Battersea lives in, for crying out loud.
Yeah. And this car share. Can you imagine Peter Kay doing car share right now with all the roadworks everywhere and all the cars?
That show would never end. It'd be on for like 3 hours. Oh yeah. God, I've completely run out of stuff to talk about. I'll have to look up that show. So you're a building surveyor?
Yeah.
Do you survey for like commercial property or privates?
I do social housing. So we've got leaseholders and general needs residents, and we have some commercial properties.
Right.
So like Tesco's, Waitrose, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So it's not like for people with mortgages and that.
Yeah, homeowners. Yeah, because we sell the properties and then we have people with mortgages.
Right. So, how's business? Because that trade has gone berserk, hasn't it?
No, it's good. But, we've got all the cladding issues, but they've got to pay their rent. But I suppose we're not having the impact yet because obviously they've had the what's it called, the mortgage things and all that. Yeah. But it will take time to evict certain people. But yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we're very busy.
Unless you're one of those people. Yeah. Okay, well, I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot, Monica. 0345 6060 973. Simon texts, oh, come on, Nick, not all modern cars are ugly. Sure you can appreciate a new Mini. Well, it depends which Mini you're talking about. If it's that one with... because they've got a big one, don't they? I mean, if you ever see one of the old Minis, I mean the old Minis, they are comically small. You can't imagine a grown-up actually being able to squeeze in one. And yet, we used to... when I were a lad, we used to squeeze 16 people into a Mini. They used to have contests to see how many people could get in a Mini. But you look at one zip by and you think, well, one person couldn't get in there. So, yeah, I do like... It is a good-looking car, the new Mini, apart from the big one, which just looks like a Mini that just got fat. They're silly. And I suppose the Fiat 500, whatever they call that which is a similar thing to the Mini. If you see an old... the Fiat 500s, right? If you see an old one of those, then they're even comically smaller than a Mini. And that's a good-looking car as well. But I don't think they count because they're two new versions of old cars. So I restate my case. A couple of extra pictures of that pink Cadillac up the internet, which I think you will find a delight. And again, if there's a better-looking car in Britain right now, I can't imagine what it will be. Jane says, just got home from an evening out for dinner, have not been out to eat since March. Wow. What an experience. Struggling to eat our food and drink our wine before being thrown out at 10 o'clock. Yep, 10 o'clock, that's it. Lights all came on, she says. Staff trying to get everybody out the door. And yet they were still offering to seat people at 9:30. Half an hour to eat your dinner and drink your wine and then out. Not a great experience, says Jane. Yeah, you have to take that into consideration, Jane, when booking your table. Book your table for 6 o'clock, and then you'll get all the time you need. And pubs and restaurants are very, very upset, with good reason. Landlords are furious with Boris Johnson's expected plans to order pubs to shut across northern England in a new coronavirus clampdown, while restaurants can stay open until 10 p.m. Local restrictions would see pubs and bars in Merseyside and other parts of the north ordered to shut their doors. Restaurants, on the other hand, will be allowed to remain open until the curfew, 10. Similar measures are expected to be announced in Nottinghamshire, as well as Greater Manchester, West Yorkshire and Newcastle, while the rules will be reviewed after a month. A month! I think we can wave goodbye to the good old British pub. No longer will be able to sidle up to the bar and be regaled by tales of how it was better in my day. You could get a pint and a three-piece suit and a Morris Minor for threepence halfpenny. Not like today. There was always something to watch on the TV. Good wholesome fare like Come Dancing. Not like today, with Strictly Come Dancing.
Disgusting.
Newsflash, pubs won't be able to survive this. And restaurants won't either. Because they'll only be able to sit a third of their normal tables and only for one sitting a night. You can't survive on that. And as nightclubs are already dead, that's the whole of our socialising and entertainment options killed off by our not by the virus, but by our reaction to the virus that won't affect hardly anybody that would be in a pub or a restaurant or a club. They'll be in bed. At home.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Seems to be. But here it comes, riding to the rescue, Mr. Mealerdeal, Chancellor Rishi's furlough-style bailout scheme Part 2, which was greeted with acclaim by local leaders. They said, "Boo!" They don't like it one bit. They call this new furlough scheme a kick in the teeth, which would not prevent businesses from going to the wall. And the latest from Mr. Mealerdeal is that the government's going to pay employees who can't work 67% of their salaries, up to £2,100 a month. But here's the thing. People in hospitality don't get much actual salary. They get much of their income from tips. And 67% of the salary don't amount to much. And just think of all that money that places have had to spend in order to follow the diktats about safety. I mean, they won't get that back, and they're being told to shut anyway. You really want to be in the protective screen business. That's where the money is. Or the hand sanitizer business. There's gold in them thar squirts. Greg Mulholland of the Campaign for Pubs said, the level of support announced by the Chancellor is nowhere near enough to compensate for pubs being forced to close. He says many publicans will be forced into even more debt just to survive. There's a real danger when pubs have been working hard to operate safely. Or not danger, anger. That's danger without the D. There's a real anger when pubs have been working hard to operate safely. Yeah, I bet. Chris Snowden from the Institute of Economic Affairs pointed to the situation in Bolton, where cases have rocketed by 39% over the past 7 days to 250 per 100,000, despite heightened restrictions on hospitality. What's bizarre is that places that are under lockdown have seen the cases go up. Probably because much of the cases are being caught by people in the home. He said, I suspect that a lot of transmission in recent weeks is from private gatherings. The 10 p.m. closing time led to more house parties, less social distancing. I don't think pubs being closed is going to stop people from meeting for a drink. Of course not. Booze. Emma McClarkin, chief executive of the British Beer and Pub Association, said the latest COVID-19 surveillance report from PHE, Public Health England, shows just 30 incidents of COVID-19 were from hospitality settings. NHS test and trace numbers linked to pubs across the UK remain exceptionally low, she said. And yet, on top of almost 2 million Britons being barred from mixing with others from outside their household, in private homes, or gardens, or pubs, or restaurants since September the 18th, Liverpool is likely to be plunged into a Tier 3 lockdown, under plans to be announced by Boris Johnson on Monday. We've got to wait till then. It's such an emergency, we've got to wait till Monday. Does that make sense?
No.
And that means the closure of pubs and bars, but restaurants are going to be allowed to stay open until 10 o'clock. And pubs and bars close down, of course. I mean, that could be the end of them. But restaurants being allowed to limp on and yet having to chuck people out at 10, that could be the end of them too. I mean, I was in a restaurant just this week, and it was pleasant because there were so few tables in there. It was back to the old days when you weren't squeezed in, when you didn't have to move your own table out just to stand up and go to the loo, because there was just acres of space around you. So that was pleasant. For me, unpleasant for the people that were running the restaurant, because there was only, about a third of the people they would ordinarily serve in there. And you can only do one sitting. Normally, somebody comes in at 6 and they leave at 8. And then somebody else comes in at 8 and they leave at 10. But if you shut at 10... No, wait, it's not at 6, is it? Normally, people come in at 7. That's when the first peak is. And then the second peak is at 9. But you can't do that no more. You can't sit somebody down at 9 and expect to leave them at 10. So they're serving a third of their normal clientele only once a night as opposed to twice. So it's a sixth. God. Nothing's going to survive at this rate. And as for clubs, forget it. It's over. The leaders of West Yorkshire councils warned that another lockdown will have a devastating effect on towns and city centres in the region. Of course they will. They said Rishi Sunak's announcement that workers in businesses which are forced to close under the new restrictions will have 2/3 of their wages paid by the government was not enough. But it's a staggering amount, and it's still not enough. They said the government must, for both levels 2 and 3, that's different types of lockdown, provide a substantial economic package, including grants and furlough, not just where businesses are mandated to close. I mean, what we've got is an economic catastrophe. But to avoid a deeper one, we have either to spray money about that we don't have and get into ever more debt that we won't be able to pay off for generations or ever, or allow people to get on with their lives. Those are the only choices we've got. Select. Pick one. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Pauline in Woking says, Nick, a newspaper letter contributor suggested that the young who haven't been adhering to the rules should be locked down and the oldies go out and enjoy themselves as they deserve it. Sounds like a good idea, says Pauline. Controversial. Let's have Harrow. Hello, Dave.
Hi, Nick.
Dave.
Yeah, I think this, the situation is, I really think at the beginning of the lockdown, we kind of got off to a good start and people were sort of reassessing, where they were at. I mean, things have changed. They talked about the new normal, but it seems to me that, sort of working from home and things like that, it seems to me that we're sort of going back to the old normal, even though, we're not back in the old normal. It's, we've still got the virus.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, are you deliberately trying to confuse me? What's the old normal?
Well, the old normal was, how we were before, working miles and miles away. I know people who are sort of literally coming into work from the south of France, and it was almost like a badge of honour to say how far you'd actually been. I actually got some in my family who sort of flies to Switzerland, about twice a week. And, it's great for the dinner party sort of brag. But it's like, is that really what we need in this area of climate change? And I just think, that we really need to, people need to change. They're going to have to change anyway. If people don't get it with this virus, then they will with climate change. London will be underwater in a few years' time. How much is it going to take before people get the hint? And I think I've seen quite a lot of people on public transport. I think it's people, and they said there was a report out this week, and it said it's actually one of the safest places because they rigorously clean it and everything, and social distancing.
They rigorously clean public transport.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, they wipe down, the interior. It's as clean as anywhere else. And
I beg to differ. It's not as clean as the inside of my house, for instance, or the inside of my car, or the bottom of my shoe.
But it is clever, this virus, isn't it? Because apparently it only comes out at restaurants and public transport, but it actually goes to sleep at work. It's good, isn't it? And after 10 p.m,
it watches the clock, exactly.
Yes, obviously they know more about this thing than they've given away. And I just wonder how wide, you were talking about your cars, I love these old cars, but now cars are getting as wide as airships. It's like somebody, if you had a boat, saying, actually, we want to go around in aircraft carriers from now on. It's, Nick, my battery's a bit low, I might have to...
Your battery's low.
Warning, warning.
And he's not talking about his phone either. All right, thanks a lot, Dave. You better go plug yourself in. 0345 6060 973. Ken texts, Nick, I'm fed up with people living in London banging on about how much better Amsterdam is for getting around. Just move to Amsterdam, says Ken. Seems a little unreasonable. Chill out, Ken. Relax, man. Anonymous texts, if these MPs accept this pay rise alongside continuous lockdowns, we should be heading for a French-style revolution. I'll talk about that now. I'll work up to it. I'll take a break, then I'll talk about them. God, can you believe it? I am stunned. Actually, I'm not stunned. But I'm not remotely surprised. All right, I'll talk about that. Let's take an important call about light switches in Mitcham. Hello, James.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Well, also light switches, but maybe more importantly, I've been subject to the curfew tonight. What do you want first?
A curfew?
The curfew.
Curfew?
The 10 p.m. curfew.
What a blooming liberty. Right, go on then. Light switches first, curfew second.
Light switches first. So, do you know that you're stepping on James O'Brien's toes with his mystery hour?
No.
Oh, well, you are. So, I answered this question on Mystery Hour a good few months ago.
Which question?
And I got a last night you had a guy phone up about the light switch in the bathroom is the loudest light switch.
Yes.
In the house. Do you know why?
Why?
Acoustics, baby. Acoustics.
No.
So bathrooms are normally sort of hard surfaced, aren't they?
Yeah,
so
no.
Well, no.
That's not it.
Well, what is it then?
Well, it's because an ordinary light switch is just a switch on the wall, which you can, depending on how you manipulate it with your fingers...
Disgusting.
You can turn it on quite quietly, whereas the one in the bathroom, if it's actually...
a double pole switch in the ceiling.
Silence. If it's actually in the bathroom... if it's in the bathroom itself, it's one of them pull things...
Yeah, so when I answered this, I said it's acoustics or the type of switch, because they're normally surface mounted in the bathroom, aren't they, on the ceiling?
Well, I would say surface mounted would be on the wall, but I suppose the ceiling is a surface.
That's more recessed. In the bathroom, they're normally sort of like protruding, should we say?
Right.
Yeah, but no, it's definitely acoustics.
No, well, I don't think so, but you can't get more right.
Well, I got a round of applause on JOB Mystery Hour.
Well, you get nothing on this show.
Well, Well, that may be, but, you know. Anyway, do you want to hear about the curfew?
Yes, go on then.
So I'm in Mitcham now, but I was in the sort of London Bridge, Bermondsey area earlier for the first time in, months and months.
A dog's age.
A dog's age, yeah. And we sort of obviously got kicked out of the pub at 10 o'clock, or 10 to 10, actually.
Right.
And I have never seen the streets around there so busy, unless it's at like sort of 6 p.m. work kicking out time. It was so busy that I sort of just said to my mate, like, I'm not going to get the tube now. I'm going to sort of hang around, wait for the crowds to die down. So I said, you go get the train. I'm going to go find an offie or something and get a can.
Yeah.
And there was a queue outside the offie, about 15 metres long.
Right.
And obviously not socially distanced 15 metres long. This was 15 metres long, about literally person to person, as if they were queuing up to get into Glastonbury.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Well, that's booze for you. Yeah, it decreases people's inhibitions. It doesn't make no sense. Nothing makes any sense to me anymore. They're just making this stuff up as they go along, just flailing around like a drunken octopus.
But like, when I first heard it, I thought, oh, well, that's sensible, because you get people staying out late. The later it gets, like, more people are going to get, like, their inhibitions get less, and they're going to do whatever. But it was, I've never seen the street so busy at 10 p.m.
Here is, I imagine, what people would do at about 9:30, thinking, oh, we've only got till 10. They'll start racking up the drinks on the bar and drinking twice as quickly as they ordinarily would, just in order to drink the same amount, but they'll be drinking the same amount as they ordinarily would in half the time.
Yeah, I mean, the place I was in was, I think they were quite good. They called last orders at about 9:30, maybe 9:20. But we already had a drink, so we didn't sort of like rush to the bar to get another. But I mean, they were good that they were sort of kicking us out at 10 to 10, I guess, to sort of maybe try and spread out a bit. But but what's the point? Because literally on the way to London Bridge, it was just
madness.
It was a free for all.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? Like, I mean, like I said, I sort of said I'm going to sort of wait for the crowd to die down. But it was stupid. The tube, I got the tube maybe about 20 to 11, and I've been getting the tube every day since lockdown, because I'm what's classed as a key worker, although I don't think I am. But so I've been getting the tube every single day, all the time, and the tube was busier, I reckon, than when I get the tube home in the evening.
Right. Well, who could have predicted that extra regulations by you-know-who would have had the opposite effect to that which was intended?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's almost like he's not very good at his job.
Well, I can't say that. No, wait, I can. He's not very good at his job.
Yeah. All right, it comes as no surprise to me. And, okay, thanks for the update, mate. And in closing...
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
That's the new government policy. 0345 6060 973. This text says, many years ago, we ALM existed. What does that mean? We ALM existed on 10:30 pub shut. ALM. All, perhaps. Many years ago, we all existed on 10:30 pub shut, nightclubs 1 p.m. These pathetic newbies like you have grown rich in exploiting drinking cultures. Oh, I see. It's my fault. Many years ago, we all existed on 10:30 pub shut, nightclubs at 1 o'clock. No nightclubs used to close at 1 o'clock. They used to close at 3. The bar might have closed at 1 o'clock. 1 p.m. Not 1 p.m., surely.
That's what he says.
That's what he says. I always used to think that... I used to particularly get this thought when I went to Spain, because the Spanish people are nuts. But that is actually true. Spanish people are nuts. They don't go to a restaurant till 11. probably even later than that. They don't go to a club till 3. Are you Spanish people insane? But even in this country, I always thought, God, 3 o'clock in the morning. Can't we just go, instead of going to the pub till 11 or 12 and then going to a club at 1, can't we just go to a club at 10 and finish at 12 or 1 o'clock? What's this 3 o'clock in the morning thing? And then it became 4 and then 5 and then 6 o'clock in the morning. Sam in Thornton says, and anyway, what's it got to do with anything else that pubs used to shut at 10:30? Pubs used to shut at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon and then reopen at 7. The amount of times. And by the way, so did the booze counter in supermarkets. They used to pull shutters down on it. Oh, no, it's the law, because that's what Jesus wants. Because it being Sunday and all. Can't buy any booze after 2 o'clock. It's against the law. Because that makes sense. It's called progress. Sam in Thornton says, I agree with the guy talking about the roads being narrower and trying to drive out cars. Cycling is dangerous in London. I'm a motorist and I need my car for work. However, I think there's a trend for getting these big SUVs for people or families with big egos. And we do not have wide American roads. It drives me mad when these big cars want to get past you and they huff and they puff about it. Get a smaller car, says Sam. I couldn't agree more. These people with these stupidly huge cars. Everything's getting smaller except cars. Have you noticed? Why do you need a car that big? It's ridiculous. And there's something about being in one of those cars that makes people drive unreasonably, as though they're the kings of the road. And they can't park them either, not for toffee. Joan in Chessington texts, I had a Mini built in 1960, the year of my birth, and I totally loved it. When I took my mates out to Southend for the night, a group of lads picked up... Really? When I took my mates out to Southend for the night, a group of lads picked up my car and walked down the beachfront road. It was a great laugh. Those were the days. P.S. I had the Mini fitted with a pink carpet. It was turquoise blue. Beautiful.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, your royal fabulousness. Wills, but it's a bit rich coming from you. You live in castles, for crying out loud. How much do you think they cost to heat that? Your mum's electricity bill is... not mum's. Your grandmum's electricity bill's £1 million a year. Telling us to cut back. Anyway, MPs are set to get a pay rise of £3,300 a year. What? I mean, you might think that we can't afford it. What with the government's reaction to the coronavirus having sunk the economy. But where there's a will, there's a way. And there's always a will for MPs to earn more money. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, IPSA, proposed their wages should continue to be linked to the public sector 3-month annual growth figure of 4.1%, which is likely to exceed inflation. This means that MPs, some of whom are working from home, that word working in inverted commas, will get an additional £3,360 on top of their salary of £81,932. Meanwhile, nearly 700,000 people in the UK lost their jobs between March and August, not because of the virus, but because of the government's response to the virus. You remember how MPs used to set their own pay? They actually did used to award themselves giant rises for excellence in being themselves. And when they did that, we would start shouting the place down. And so they hived off the duties of setting their pay to a supposedly separate body called the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, which you might think is a bit of a misnomer, being as there doesn't appear to be any standards in Parliament. There's that. But it doesn't matter, because they get a rise anyway. Honestly, things since that IPSA came into being, MPs have enjoyed pay rises that they could not possibly have awarded themselves for fear of us lot going all French on them and start chucking paving stones at gendarmes. IPSA have been more generous with our money than MPs could possibly have thought that they could have gotten away with if they were still setting their own pay. What's the point of having a supposedly separate body that sets your pay if they are more generous than you would have been if you had been setting your own pay? In July, Chancellor Rishi said the Treasury must exercise restraint in future public sector pay awards over the next 3 years. He took a quick peek at the economy and freaked out. And that's what he said. The Treasury must exercise restraint in future public sector pay awards over the next 3 years, says the Chancellor. But he didn't mean himself or anyone he knows. I challenge the entire Cabinet, the entire Conservative Party, to refuse this pay rise to show some sort of solidarity with the little people, not leprechauns. I'll wait till you think about it. Just mull it over. Time's up. Any takers? Well, just one, and he's a millionaire. And, by the way, this sort of got lost in the panic. You know, last April, when we had other things on our minds, it was announced in a whisper that MPs can claim an extra £10,000 for additional office costs, incurred as a result of the coronavirus. Not as the result of the coronavirus, but as a result of their reaction to it. And that's on top of the £26,000 that MPs can claim to cover office costs, which is on top of the £120,000 that they can claim for employing members of their own family as researchers or whatever it is that, however they get around it. So in 1 year, the worst year for the economy in history, our representatives have essentially been awarded a 15% pay rise. Did you get a 15% pay rise this year, dear listener? I'll take that as a no. Meanwhile, in New Zealand, New Zealand's Prime Minister said that she and other ministers will take a 20% pay cut, lasting 6 months, to show solidarity for those affected by the coronavirus outbreak. Jacinda Ardern said that it was important that government's most highly paid politicians show what she called leadership and solidarity with workers on the front line and those who'd lost their livelihoods. So our lot, the failures of the world, get a pay rise. New Zealand's leader, one of the heroes of the outbreak, takes a voluntary pay cut. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Let's have Manchester. Hello, Tony.
Hi, Nick. It's Tony from Southwark. Would you mind me giving me a... Oh, no.
No.
No, right, okay. Right, what you're forgetting is the most obvious thing. Have you forgot about the £350 million a week we're going to get when we come out of the EU? You forgot about it. Right. I think my own personal view is I think our Prime Minister was taken aback when he got voted in, and it was only voted in to take us out of Europe, and then it suddenly dawned on him, I'm the Prime Minister what am I going to do? All I wanted to do was to get us out of Europe. Now I'm lumbered with this.
Exactly right. Yeah, he's a good time Charlie. It's okay if things are going well and he's just earning money and bathing in the adulation of a crowd, but when it comes to actually working for a living...
And then, to upset everything, we got this terrible virus. But what I'd like to say is, the point I'd like to make is, why don't we do like the French? And answer me one question first. I know you like fishing rights, and I know you like to talk about them. But if a cod swims from Whitby over to France, whose fishes that? Whose cod's that? Because are they migratory? They can go anywhere, can't they? Can go to Portugal for their holidays. Whose fish are they?
I couldn't agree more. Of course, yes. Fish, they swim hither, thither and yon.
Of course they do, yeah. They like holidays, same as everybody else.
Oh, of course they do. Yeah.
Now, what I'd like to say is...
And another thing, yes.
Solving the problem of this eating out and places going bust. Why don't we all go French? Everybody, 70% are working from home. What do the French do? They have a 2-hour lunch, right? You go out at 12 o'clock and eat out. And then you make up your day, do all your emails and everything, and then you go out in the evening again. I mean, you would become obese having 2 lots of food.
I'm not sure that's true, because the French are less fat than we are.
I know they are, yeah, but... And that way they could keep the restaurants afloat anyway. But
I don't know how they actually manage to make a living in France, or Spain for that matter, because they do have slow lunches.
I know.
And if I have a 2-hour lunch, then I absolutely want a 2-hour nap in the afternoon.
Yeah. And one other thing I'd like to ask you, because it's been confusing me all through this, when people on furlough, are they allowed to keep the savings? Or when I've been out to work in the building trade and I've gone to get money off the government, they've said, well, come back when all your savings have gone. Can you still keep your savings, keep your furlough, and then start back up again when things improve?
Tony, if you actually have 2 pennies to rub together, I'd keep it to yourself, because the government will be after it very shortly.
Okay. Listen, lovely to speak. I'm glad I've got it off my chest.
Okay, good work.
Nice to speak to you.
And you. Thanks a lot, Tony. 0345 6060.
Okay, good.
What? My phone it's on silent, and it's still. But every time I say, I think it reacts to OK. OK, Google. See, now it doesn't. Nothing. It's a very disobedient phone, and it needs to be punished to death. It does that every now and again. You hear some word and it just bursts into life without me wanting it to, despite the fact that it is on mute, because that is the professional thing to do. And I'm a good boy, I am. Google is an idiot. It doesn't know anything about the internet. 0345 6060 9. And as for that moon-faced creep who runs Facebook, don't get me started. Nick, cord pull switches are only installed for safety reasons. The use of standard wall switches in bathrooms risks electrocution if affected by condensation and wet fingers. I know. I know that. Jim in Thurrock says, good evening, Nick. The way in which this government has dealt or not dealt with this virus shows how disconnected they are with the society of today. We can't just trust the minority to do the right thing and use common sense, as a lot now are too thick and arrogant to have any. Common sense, that is. I don't see Boris as a Prime Minister, more a silly British mascot. Time we got a proper government that can do what the current one can't. Well, that sounds about right. You're just a silly British mascot, Boris.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Vote for a clown, get a circus. What's surprising about that? Bexley Heath. Hello, Kathleen.
Oh, hello there.
Kathleen, hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you there?
I am here.
Hello. Is anybody else there?
Hello.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Hello. Okay then. I've been listening to you for about 9 years.
Wow.
Quite a long time. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't turn the radio off. Yeah, I don't know what made me call, but I just wanted to call you tonight. It's all about Sweden and the past and things like that, but mostly about the germ and the virus. And, you know, it's a silly thing, it's a personal thing. 15 years ago, I married a man, and he was an Ashfelter, and all his chums were about 20 years younger than him, and such a disgusting thing they used to do.
What?
They used to...
no, wait a minute. Am I going to want to hear this on the radio?
Maybe not.
It's a thing that is...
disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like blowing your nose without a tissue. That's all. That sort of thing.
Oh, my God.
And the other thing was like... using the
But why are you
pavement
telling me
as tissue.
this? Why?
I'm just trying to... it's connected with COVID, you know, like...
Right.
Years before... Like my mother
don't
would
use
scrub
the
her
pavement
doorstep.
as a tissue.
Yeah, and years before my mother, and I'm sure your mother and your grandmother would scrub the doorsteps and make sure everything was so clean you could eat your dinner off.
Right.
And I'm not surprised, anyway, that we have COVID, because personal habits from all the people I've ever met before is like... I mean, I'm not that old. I'm nearly 60.
60 years old.
But I'm saying that would disgust me, it would disgust anybody. I'm just saying that we're heading that way.
Yeah.
Before COVID was a wake-up call for everybody to...
Well, I tell you what, we're heading in the opposite direction now, because we're all living a germ-free life, and so the next mild thing that comes along is going to do for the lot of us.
Yeah, they do say there's lots accumulating up there that we're going to have more on our way, aren't we?
Our immune system is becoming weaker every day.
So how do you fix that? What do you do? I know everybody's doing what they got to do and wearing the masks and goodness knows what.
Well, we could do a Sweden, and we could just go back to normal. Like can you remember when life was normal?
Oh, it was wonderful. Yeah, we could get on a bike and run along a flat, straight path.
We had no idea how marvellous normal life was. In fact, we used to complain about all of the things that we are now denied, that we are now complaining that we can't do anymore, like squeezing onto public transport, going into a restaurant that was full of chattering people, going to a nightclub that was, you were squeezing in there, going to a pub where you had to queue at the bar to get a drink. All of those things we used to complain about, we're dreaming wistfully about now.
I think it's quite nice for all them things, really. I mean, I know it's not nice for a lot of people, but it is nice to just get on a bike and ride, and you know, it's really strange when I go out. I'm in my daughter's car, the first car we've ever had in my entire life. My daughter's 40 and my son's 15. But we got the family car because of COVID, because my daughter didn't want me to die, so naturally. And so we drive along and we see queues everywhere outside the pub. And the bus drivers are standing around, they've got no customers. I said, at least their job's great, they've saved jobs, Bernadette. And they said, oh no, but the buses are empty.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a really strange world. I think if my mother came back, she's dead now, and she saw these people with the masks on and the way the world is, do you think we were living in outer space, in Mars or something? Pretty strange, isn't it?
We're living in a sci-fi film, and it's a really dull one.
Boring!
It's like Dune, like a really boring and dull sci-fi film.
It is. But do you think it's because of climate change these viruses are coming more and more, or what? Is it because of that?
I think it's probably because there's too many of us, too many human beings, and we eat too many weird animal products, and that we're just squashed together too much, I would imagine.
Or is it because it was 100 years ago since the last one?
I imagine that it will be a lot sooner for the next one. Probably won't be another 100 years for the next one. The next one will be coming around the corner any time now.
That's what they say. There's lots and lots of them coming our way right now, but it was 100 years ago before. And then we waited 100 years ago to now. Now we're expecting a whole lot more.
Well, that bespectacled geezer that usually stands behind Donald Trump and holds his head in his hands when Donald Trump says something stupid about the virus, Dr. Anthony Fauci, he said that we are living in the era of the pandemic. And there'll be another one just coming around the corner any time now.
Did you hear the Great Orange? Sorry to go on. Did you hear the Great Orange's rally today?
I'm not a doctor.
Did you see any of that?
I did
that
not.
Was really
no.
strange. It was the opposite of what was really meant to say. It's he was saying everything that was the actual opposite of what was actually true.
Yeah. Well,
everything he said.
That sounds about right. Yeah. He does.
He was saying everything.
He doesn't do anything proper.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do. Is I do things proper.
He lied.
I know, but even the people on the grass, I don't know whether those people were paid to be there.
No, they
wanted to be there.
They would crawl over broken glass to sit at the feet of the dear leader. Those dinglings.
They must have been paid.
Yeah, those people.
They must have been paid to be there because he was saying he was saying turning the boat upside down totally, 360 degrees of exactly. He was the guilty person of what he was accusing everybody else of.
Of course.
What he was saying.
He deflects everything. Everything that he accuses others of is what he himself is guilty of.
And it's in plain sight. It's unbelievable.
Of course, yes. That's why he keeps getting away with it, because it's all in plain sight. Yes.
I'm so honest. I don't lie.
No.
I just tell the truth the way I want to. Exactly what I'm saying is the exact opposite of what is naturally true.
Is slack-jawed yeehaw fans just suck it up. They want a dictator.
I used to be one of them yeehaw fans. I was so stupid. And then I realised that...
You saw the light, right.
Yeah, I was in a bad place in my life. I was depressed, I was stupid, I was down a little tunnel
I bet you used to spend all day long on social media.
Never.
Like I said.
Ever. No, I watched something on the telly, watched some of these YouTube things, climbing out of the rabbit hole and goodness so what. Watch one of them programs, what are they called? It's like some of them news channels begin with R, and another one of those Alex people, and then they all come together, and you know what they made? They put it in a big melting pot, and they came with a big, great orange Donald Trump.
Yeah. And that's what came out. Yes, a great big melting pot, big enough to fit his giant bottom in.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, okay. Get off the internet, Kathleen. Trust me. Thanks a lot. 0345 6060 973. There is nothing that Donald Trump does not know about the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is. People are laughing at us all over the world. They think we're stupid, and we are. I mean, we're being led by stupid people. We're being led by people that don't have a clue, they're incompetent.
Every now and again, some truth slips out. And don't forget, by the way...
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points. 0345 6060 973. Late breaking news from East Ham. Hello, Sam.
Hi, Nick. I was just calling to let you know, and the great British public, that Kanye West is in London.
Kanye West. How did he manage to squeeze in?
Well, this is what I thought. I didn't get the memo that Americans are allowed to come to the UK, or Europe for that matter. Aren't they COVID infected? Aren't they going to be super spreading?
You would think so.
This is totally whoop-diddy-squat poop. I mean, when I saw it, I actually had to go and research whether Americans had to quarantine when they came here, because I know that we're on their banned list until next month. So it just really shocked me when I see him swanning around in his Emperor's new clothes with his little kids wearing like his own brand of Crocs.
Yeah.
Around London. It just really mortified me that Americans are going to be swarming here.
Those stupid
coughing and spluttering.
Those stupid clothes that he wears. I came across some of his clothes in an upmarket department store. Do you have any idea how much his clothes cost? It's absolutely staggering. It's like about £1,000 for a jacket, and you look like a tramp wearing one.
Yeah, well, he's totally reinvented himself now as a designer who doesn't sew and doesn't pattern cut, and doesn't draw.
No.
So I don't know what he actually does, but he's even collaborating now with Gap. So he's like totally reinventing t-shirts. White t-shirts.
Right, well, there's another reason to just keep on walking past those stores.
Amen to that.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the bad news. Cheers, Sam. Kanye West is in London. Whoop-dee-dee-scoop-poop. Wonder where he's staying. He released a statement and said... So, what's this?
Just all the info.
Oh, info. Oh, well, we don't require any info. This is not an info show. COVID rules state that anyone flying into the UK from the US must stay indoors for 2 weeks. Kanye was pictured in LA on Tuesday and seen at London Fashion Week yesterday. London Fashion Week? London Fashion Week is happening? You're joking. What, they've got like furious models clomping up and down catwalks.
It might just be a show, actually, not a week, sorry.
London Fashion Show. Hardly something to travel 6,000 miles for. Yeah, sorry about that, Kanye. I know it took you 3 days to get here, but it's just the one show. Oh, well, never mind. Kanye West, do me a favour. 0345 6060 9. It was the Bottega Veneta. Bottega Veneta. What is it?
Bottega Veneta.
You don't know that?
No.
I don't know, it sounds like an ice cream. He went for an ice cream. They sell ice cream in LA, Kanye. You dipstick. Scott in Maidstone says... You're right, Nick. Hand sanitizer is where the real money is. I imagine the bigwigs at Dettol are rubbing their hands together. Oh. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Pete says, all these COVID measures seem based on cherry-picked data they keep calling, quotes, the science. Yeah, exactly. It is cherry-picked. I mean, they're talking about it gets passed on in pubs, right? The government's assertion that 30% of all coronavirus transmissions may be happening in pubs, bars, cafes and restaurants is based on very weak evidence, economists have said, after MPs accused ministers of cobbling together the numbers to justify their point of view. Cobbling together the numbers. Wow, that doesn't sound like this government, does it?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes, that's right, it does. These economists, by the way, just so you know, are from a think tank called the Institute for Economic Affairs, by the way.
Warning!
That IEA, the Institute for Economic Affairs, is a group of people who are what they call neoliberals. In other words, they got a winner-takes-all mentality about business, which benefits the few at the expense of the many. I think that's about right. Analysis by Open Democracy found that its free magazine for A-level students carried articles arguing against tobacco taxes and climate change science and in favour of NHS privatisation. The magazine does not tell readers who funds the IEA. In fact, nobody knows who funds the Institute of Economic Affairs apart from the Institute of Economic Affairs. But just because they're always right-wing doesn't mean to say they're always wrong. And they rubbish the official claim that 30% of all coronavirus transmissions may be happening in pubs, bars, cafes and restaurants, reminding ministers that data shows that less than 5% of those contacted by NHS Test and Trace had been in close contact with another person in an hospitality venue. You know, the contact tasting?
Contact tasting, tracing, forgive me, contact tracing.
Oh, give it up. You're never going to get it. So the government says that 30% of all transmissions are happening in places of hospitality, but the government's own figures suggest that that's not true. Who are you going to believe? The government or the government? Think about it. The think tank also pointed to the enforced closure of hospitality venues in Bolton and Leicester, saying that they had failed to curb the spread of the disease. The latest Public Health England data reveals cases surged by 39% in Bolton this week, with the rate rising to 250 per 100,000 people, and in Leicester it rose to 35. It rose by 35%. But they're in lockdown. Does that make sense?
No.
But the Prime Minister's deputy spokesmodel dug his heels in, claiming that hospitality venues account for the highest rates of common exposure to COVID-19, especially for those under 30 years old, which is incorrect. I mean, it's odd that the government keeps saying that the virus is not passed on in schools. But the Office for National Statistics' own website says that their most recent analysis in recent weeks, to the beginning of October, the highest rates of people testing positive for COVID-19 are among older teenagers and young adults. And where are they? In schools and colleges. I mean, they've all just gone back to class, and the infection rates in those ages has shot up. You don't need to be an expert to figure out the connection of that, do you?
No.
The rise is because young people are getting it. And young people are almost never affected by this thing. It just bounces off them. Apparently, the government presented what they call early analysis figures to MPs in order to justify the decimation of the bars and the restaurant trade, and included a 3-month-old American study from which they are accused of cherry-picking the figures to back up their claims. Chris Whitty did one of his slide presentations.
Boring!
And the figures were leaked. And they claimed that food outlets and bars made up as much as 41% of transmission among the under-30s. Which is odd. Because Public Health England's own data suggests that only 4% of COVID-19 outbreaks can be traced back to those venues. So I did a bit of research. I did homework. Can you believe that?
No.
And so the government's own figures published this week say that the confirmed acute respiratory infections with 2 or more laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 amounted to 782 people. 782 new acute respiratory infections with 2 or more lab-confirmed cases of COVID-19. That's in week 39. That's the last week of September. And here's where they were got. 296 were from educational settings, almost all primary and secondary school. 204 incidents were from workplace settings. You know, the place that they've been telling you to go back to, otherwise you're going to get fired. 143 incidents were from care homes. 76 incidents were from what they call other settings. Only 33 out of 782 were from food outlet or restaurants. 27 from hospitals, 3 from prisons. 3. In fact, since week 37, that's from the 7th of September, educational establishments have been by far the biggest centres of acute respiratory infection, with at least 2 or more laboratory confirmed cases of COVID-19 since the 14th of September. They've been at the centre of most COVID-19 infections, educational establishments. Food outlets and restaurants have been consistently lower than workplace and hospitals and care homes. Pretty much the only safer place to be than a restaurant is in prison. Maybe we should send this government to prison, you know, for their own safety and ours. What do you say about that, Boris?
Here we go.
He's ready. He's ready. So, it's weird. The government is saying one thing and the government is saying the opposite at the same time. Confused?
Yes.
You should be. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. I'm getting a bit cheesed off with being informed about everything and governed by leaks. In that the government leaked certain information, and then the sort of local authorities like Manchester and Bolton and everything else react to it. Why are we governed by leaks? Why aren't we governed by being told this is true? That is true. This is the way we're going to go. But what they do is chuck stuff out there and then do what the public reaction is and then try and be popular.
Yeah. If this is them trying to be popular, I have to say it's not going very well.
No, it isn't at all. But they throw things out like, oh, next week this is going to happen, next week that's going to happen. They wait and see what happens, wait and see what the reaction is, and then try and judge what is the popular policy state. They're just simply trying to get themselves re-elected at the next election.
Oh God, it's a bit too soon for that, isn't it? I think that it's more like they're trying to get through the day with while accruing the fewest number of bad headlines, which is also not going very well.
No, it's exactly. You used to complain about short-termism, and this is an ultimate example of it.
Right.
They just simply want to be popular in the short term.
Well,
they leak things, see what we say, and then decide whether they're going to do it or not.
Well, they are being led by a man who is and has always been desperate for acclaim and popularity.
Absolutely,
it seems to be the thing that defines him.
I mean, I was playing around on the internet today, and I sort of saw Bannon and Trump in the same thing, and Cummings and Johnson in the same thing.
Yeah.
And then I looked again and I thought, Hitler, Himmler, Goering, Goebbels. and I had a little look at it and I thought, and it's weirdly, the next page that I sort of looked at had Farage on it. It was absolutely weird. It made me think, where are we going?
Well, we're probably not going to invade Poland. Let's not get carried away. He's not Hitler, but Fat Donny is Donito Mussolini.
Oh, shut up!
And he wants to be. You know, that's absolutely true. I just think Boris wants to be rich and famous and loved. Ain't that right, Boris?
Yeah. Wait.
And
not going too well. Not so far.
No, I mean, Donny just wants to dominate everything. It's just a weird character. I really don't know where to place him in history.
Well, we've placed him in number 10, so more fool us. It's our fault. Almost everything that is wrong with the country is our fault for allowing it to happen in the first place.
Yeah. First time in my life in December I voted Labour. And that was just to try and keep Johnson and his mob out.
Yeah. Well, you should have voted twice. All right. Finn in Edinburgh texts, will Nick, in inverted commas... What does that mean? Why is it in inverted commas? Will Nick cry Ramona tears if Trump wins again? Or will his losing streak finally come to an end? Only time will tell. Well, a couple of three things, Finn. If that is indeed your name. What's Trump got to do with the EU? Other than a very small, vociferous, extremely loud and particularly demented rump of people have decided to associate themselves only with things that are on the far right. Regardless of what the subject is, we know what their opinion will be because it is the most far-right opinion on any subject. So they are adamant about leaving the European Union, regardless of what damage it will do to the country, and they're also big fans of Donald Trump, as though the two things are in any way connected. Other than that they are a far-right plot by billionaires to take over the world. You know, apart from that. Pete says, all these COVID measures seem based on cherry-picked data they keep calling the science. I think I've read that one. David in Canterbury says, if people want to spend 4 to 5 hours in the pub or the bar, they can just go an hour earlier. Well, that is a good idea, Dave. Yeah. I'll see you there at noon. And Pauline says, as usual, those at the top are getting paid for incompetence, whether MPs or their cronies. Apparently, in the last few years, CEO's pay has gone up 937% compared to the average worker of 11.7%. In the last few years, chief executive officers' pay has gone up 93.7%. The average worker only 11.7%. Huh. What do you say to that, Donny?
I make $400 million a year, so what difference does it make?
He lied. He's lying about that. You know he is. Brentwood. Hello, Caroline.
Hello.
Caroline.
Hi. Can I ask you a completely non-COVID question?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm trying to listen to advice, not listen to the radio all day long regarding COVID. It's quite depressing.
Yeah.
So, I've got a completely different question for you.
Which is?
I've got an iPhone with Google Maps on it.
Google Maps.
Yeah. I go regularly to my parents' house and my friend's house.
Yes.
Not the same time of the week or the same day. But I get in my car and...
Do you like driving in your car?
I do.
Right.
But it says nothing. But the minute I want to go to my friends or my mum's,
yeah,
it comes up, it'll take 15 minutes to get to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It seems to know somehow that I'm going there.
What? But don't you input the address?
No.
So it knows where you're going?
It knows. I don't know how.
So, So you're at your parents' house?
No, I'm at home.
You're at home, and you want to go to your friend's place, but it knows before you set out where you're going?
Exactly.
How does it know that?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I could be going to the shops, I could be going somewhere else, but if I'm going to my friends or my mum's,
right,
the minute I get in the car, it says so many minutes to get to X.
Without you actually inputting where you're going?
Exactly.
So it knows where you're going before you go? Exactly. How does it know that?
I don't know. That's the question.
Right. Well, that's bizarre. So
I
does
could be going anywhere. But
exactly. What's it got to do with it? Where you're going? So if you're going to your parents, does it ever say to? Does it ever tell you what the distance and the time is to your friend's house?
No, it knows.
So it never gets it wrong?
No, never.
Wow.
If I get in the car and I'm going to my friend's,
yeah,
it will say 18 minutes to get to XXX.
Without you telling it where you're going?
I'll tell it nothing. or I can get in the car the next day to go to my parents.
Right.
And it will say it will take 20 minutes to get to XXX, my parents' house.
And this is before you start the car up. You're not going down a road that it knows where you're going. So it's
no.
Okay, then.
The minute I turn the ignition on
right,
and plug my phone in...
It knows where you're going?
It knows.
Oh, my God.
It freaks me out.
Well, I'd put that phone in a bucket of water straight away. Get rid of it. It's alive. It's reading your thought, Caroline.
It just freaks me out. It does it. It's been doing it for about a year.
Have you got a mallet?
What?
A mallet.
What's that, like an axe?
Yeah, an axe will do, yeah. Take an axe to it. That'll teach it.
What, to the phone?
Yes.
How does it know?
I don't know. Put it in the road and run it over a couple of times. I don't know how it knows. That's bizarre. My phone doesn't know anything. My phone is an idiot.
Oh, well, I could be going anywhere.
Yes.
If I'm going to the shops or whatever, it says nothing. If I get into the car, I know I'm going to my friends or I'm going to my mum's.
Right.
It tells me
exactly. It tells you exactly where you're going.
Exactly where I'm going, how long it's going to take. It gives me directions.
Yeah.
I'll put nothing in the phone whatsoever to tell it where I'm going.
You don't tell the phone where you're going, and
no, it just knows.
It knows where you're going.
Yes.
That's too strange. Either you're on drugs or I am. Which is it?
It's not even. It's a regular thing that I do at the same time. Yeah. Every day, or
I don't know. Am I living in a Stephen King novel? Because I'm considering getting very, very frightened right now.
Well, yeah, freaks me out every day.
Well, you're freaking me out, and you did it just before the end of the show. Thanks a lot, Caroline. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight.
But you've got no idea how that works, no?
What do I know?
Well, I don't know.
Right, get whoever runs Apple on the phone now. Who runs Apple now?
Oh, I've got no idea.
No, some bloke. Get him on the phone right now. We've got a major problem here. Caroline's upset. Tim Cook.
I'm not upset, just...
I'm upset on your behalf. I'm upset that you've dragged me into your crimson nightmare world. Don't say anything around it. I mean, seriously, keep it in... you want to keep it in a lead box or something. Only bring it out in case of emergencies.
What, my phone?
Yeah.
Right.
I'd bury it in concrete.
Literally, honestly.
I'd bury it in concrete if I were you.
If I can get in the car and go to the shops or go somewhere else...
And it'll say nothing.
It will say nothing.
Right.
If I get in the car and in my mind, I'm thinking I'm going to my friend's or my mum's.
Yeah.
It comes up, 18 minutes, 20 minutes to go to... And it actually gives me the address where I'm going to.
Now, are you sure you're not one of those people that just that mumbles, out loud? You're thinking something, but your lips are moving. Maybe it's reading your lips.
Oh, no, it's not that clever.
I don't know. It seems to be a genius.
Well, so it's just me then.
Yeah, it sounds like it's probably just you. Yeah, it sounds like human error to me.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Yeah, I'll get yourself a new phone straight away.
It's quite clever, though.
It's a bit too clever, I think. It's not something that I would want to live with.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, the best of luck. You're going to need it.
Well, I'll get rid of the phone, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Put it outside the house.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot, Caroline. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text just come in. Oh my God, we talked about this Google Maps thing earlier. My car also knows exactly where I'm going. Scary. Well, now I am really starting to freak out. This text says it automatically suggests a few places she's frequently visited. Nothing sinister about it. Are you not listening to what she's saying? Sounded very, very sinister to me. My phone doesn't know anything at all. My phone is an absolute moron. I've got a moron as a smartphone. Can you believe that? It doesn't know anything. I do pretty much the same thing every day, go to the same place every day, and it always comes as a complete surprise to my idiot phone. Very disappointed. I suppose it's my fault. Let's have, maybe we'd squeeze one more in. Acton, hello, Joe.
Hi, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, good. So, just in answering the question to that lady's inquiry, so you got your location services running in the background. If after 3 or 4 times your phone picks up the algorithm to where you go, so if every night at 6 o'clock you go to your mum's place, it picks that up and it tells you the expected time of arrival. So you've got your location services in the background and it picks up how many times you go to that place and you automatically just sets it up on your phone.
Right. Well, my phone doesn't do any of that. Every time I come to work, which is the exact same time, every blooming week, the same day, same time, same route, and it always comes as a complete surprise. It's like, where are we going? I've got no idea where I am.
Have you got your location services on?
Oh, I've got no idea. I've got no idea what that means. What does that mean?
Yeah, location services is basically your phone's background.
Oh, I have to go into settings.
Yeah. Boring!
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be doing that, but thanks anyway. Thanks a lot, Joe. Appreciate it. No, I won't be doing that. That's an explanation. I think we've explained that, haven't we? Not really, no. Your phone is possessed, Caroline. The call is coming from inside your house.